It's light, but it looks good on you.
Okay.
I never think about looking for earrings, but I have this thing in my ear all the time, so I guess that's a good thing.
All right. I think we are live. Let me give you the link.
I see the message on my screen.
All right, there is the link. And I'm going to start sharing the opening slide. Yeah, mute yourselves. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Raise Your GPA, a masterclass for life after high school. Yay! Man, our youth have been through some pretty traumatic experiences over the last year and a half or so. And it's a wonder that they're all still excited about going to school. Now, with that excitement, however, I'm learning that a lot of my students are feeling even heavier pressure than they might normally be feeling because they're having to make up for the lost time. And that is only going to increase the trauma that they've been feeling, at least in my opinion. And I am grateful today that I, Jackie Bailey, get to spend some time with some wonderful experts who are going to ease the pressure for our youth, for your kids, because we're going to be sharing some amazing information that is going to help your child not only have the skills and the tools, but also the confidence and the courage to move forward with an empowered sense of readiness and preparedness. And we're excited to be able to bring that to you today. So I am Jackie Bailey, and as we go along here, I'm going to be introducing you to each of these fabulous experts. Now, remember, if you are watching us right now live on YouTube, first of all, thank you. Woo, we appreciate that. However, if you would like to join here with us live on Zoom, I'm going to give you an opportunity to do that because here is where you can get information. Whoops, I went too far. Here's where you can get information to upgrade your ticket to the VIP. You can use your smartphone, which everybody has right now. Everybody's got a smartphone, and you can hover over this QR code that's on the screen. Take a picture of that, and now it's going to take you to the website where you can learn all the details about upgrading to VIP, which is not only going to allow you opportunity to be here with us in this Zoom masterclass, but as you can see there on your screen, there are some wonderful gifts that you're going to also walk away with from today's class. You've got 6 secrets for a successful college experience, and you've got choosing your college major or trade and career. These are all wonderful gifts. You've got a winning message blueprint, and then you've got a whole bunch of knowledge about scholarships and how to win scholarships. These are fabulous gifts that you're only going to get if you are a VIP and here with us live on Zoom. You won't get it by watching YouTube. Even though we're very grateful you're here in any form, we really want you to join us today here so that we can engage with you, answer your questions in real time, and you can meet us, talk to us, and know a little bit more about how we can help your kids to feel so much more successful. So many people are coming in now, and I welcome all of you to this wonderful class this morning. Thank you so much for joining us, for being here. If you've got friends, those of you that are here with us, if you've got friends who have children between the ages of, say, 12 and let's say 19, they need to be here. So let your friends know, take a picture of this slide or send it to them and say, hey, get here. Here's the VIP. Get here. You need to hear it. All right. Are there any comments or questions about anything that's going on today? Anyone have questions before we get started? All right. You can always put your questions in the chat. And by the way, before we get started, let's do a hashtag. Can we do a hashtag in the chat? Let's hashtag ready for learning. Hashtag ready for learning. If you're ready for learning, let's put a hashtag in there. Hashtag ready for learning. If you want to have fun, hashtag fun. If you want to engage with experts, hashtag engage with experts. Let's see how you're all feeling today. We've got ready for learning. We've got fun. We got ready for learning. Yay. I am so glad you guys are all here. Well, I want to start off this day with some real excitement. And we have some amazing experts here who are really going to fill you with delight. And not only that, but knowledge as well. And they're going to enlighten you with a lot of things that maybe you're not aware of that is going to help your child get on that path to success and stay on that path to success all the way through adulthood. Our first presenter today is the marvelous Dale Troy. And Dale is going to be teaching you the 6 tips to help you be a great student. All right. Now, GPA stands for grade point average. We don't want our children to be average, right? I mean, it's a term that they use at school, but we do not want to be average. Today, you're going to learn how to be above average, and we're going to start right off with Dale, who's going to tell you how to be a great student. So Dale is the founder of Crush College Success. It's a company dedicated to making the college experience less stressful and more enjoyable for all students. Dale is both a college success coach and a health coach with a mission to help students gain the confidence they need to be successful in college and in life after college. She's the mom of 3 daughters who are college graduates. Dale, her husband, and all 3 daughters went to Yale. Dale also graduated from Yale School. Clearly, Dale is an expert on how to get good grades, as well as how to handle the stress that all students feel. Like I said, they're all feeling it right now. So today, Dale is going to present 6 tips that will help students at any level achieve good grades. Whether you're currently a middle school, high school, or college student, you'll be able to implement Dale's tips and create some new habits to help you be a great student. Please welcome with 6 tips to help you be a great student, Dale Troy. Woohoo! Hello, Dale.
So glad to be here. Thank you so much. And welcome everyone who's here listening either on YouTube or in the Zoom room. And I'm going to pull up my screen and get going right now. This is going to work. Oh boy. Okay, this is what I was afraid of. It's not working. It's not working. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Did not work the way it was supposed.
I can see that it's trying to open up. So
Yeah.
maybe it just needs a few minutes.
I apologize.
No worries.
I'm not a technical person. You don't have to be in order to be a good student. So don't worry.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Believe me.
Not required. Oh my gosh. Okay. Still not.
Go ahead and go out and then try to come back in again. So stop sharing and then try sharing again. You know, technology is part of our world, isn't it? It has changed so much of everything.
Well, why is it that this always seems to happen to me?
No, it happens to me as well.
This keeps going to here, and that's not good. All right. Meanwhile, if you have a workbook, you can find my slides are going to go along with the workbook, and it would be really great if you got that in front of you. And I don't know what to do here. Okay, hold on. Maybe I should stop the share and start over.
Yeah, that's what I see. Stop the share and then try it again. And Dale brings up a really good point, everyone. If you are here as a VIP, you get access to the workbook. And it's got fabulous information that's going to help you retain better what you're learning here today. So I really highly recommend that you get that VIP ticket and you join us here so that you can have access to that workbook. Okay.
And if you don't have the workbook, if you can just get a piece of paper or a few pieces of paper where you can write down something, that would be a good idea.
Definitely take some notes.
It's like not letting me do anything. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yay. Okay, here we are. Okay, so here we go. 6 tips to help you be a great student. And
now you're not sharing it with us.
Oh, I'm not?
You're not seeing it, no.
Okay. All right. Okay, hold on. Are you seeing that now?
We're starting to see something happening. Yes.
Can you see that?
Not quite. Still a black screen for me. Now you've gone out again.
I don't understand what is happening. Oh, this is not good. All right, it's like not letting me do it now. I'm starting over.
It's all right. Take a deep breath.
Well, this gives you people more time to invite some other friends.
That's
But-
right. Let everybody know about the VIP.
By the time they get here, I'll get this going. All right. I'm gonna try sharing my screen from here. What happens? Can you see that now?
Yes, we're starting to see that. But we see all of your slides. So now you've got to start the presentation.
I gotta do the present. It's not letting me present. That is my, okay. Oh, okay. I think I need a tutorial. Are you, no, it's like not coming up. Oh, there it is. Okay. Do you see it now?
Yes. Yay.
Oh my God. My heart is racing, which is
No
not.
worries. No worries.
All right.
Everybody.
Take a deep breath. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So here I am. Okay. I'm not going to go into this. You heard my background, but I only mentioned that I went to Yale Law School, and my daughters did as well, because I want you to know that I do know something about being a good student. And I didn't necessarily realize at the time what I was doing, but after working with a lot of other students and seeing my daughters go through college, I have distilled the information and I want to share it with you. These specific 6 tips. There are many others, but I want to, help you get on the right path to be the best person that you can be. It's not about a specific college or a career path. It's just about being the best that you can be as a student. So the first tip we are going to talk about is sleep. So I wonder if you know how many hours of sleep teens should be getting. It says right on the screen is 8 to 10 hours. And think about whether you're getting that much sleep. If you want to put in the chat, I'd love to know how many hours of sleep are you actually getting a night? Anybody want to let me know about that? And Jackie, could you read out some of those chat messages?
I myself get about 4 to 5 hours of sleep a night. on a good night, I get about 6.
Okay, well,
I don't see anyone else sharing yet.
Nobody's telling me. Okay, all right. Well,
Oh, here we have Denise gets 7. Anyone else want to share? You want to let us in on your private life? How much sleep are you getting?
All right, well, that's okay. That's okay. If you have the workbook, the first question is how many hours of sleep do you need? So hopefully you realize you need somewhere between 8 and 10 hours if you're a teenager. If you're older, you don't need quite as much, but you still need more than you realize. So in order to figure out how to actually get those number of hours of sleep, in the workbook, the second question is, what time do you need to wake up in the morning? So if you're a student, my guess is you probably have to wake up maybe 6:37. And if you need 8 hours of sleep, you have to kind of back it up. So if you have to get up at 7 in the morning, then you really need to be in bed and sleeping, not just in bed, but sleeping at 11. So the point of this is to figure out what your schedule needs to be in order to get the right amount of sleep. And sometimes, people take a long time to even get to sleep. So you have to calculate that in. If you know it takes you an hour to get ready for bed and fall asleep, then you need to be getting ready for bed at 10 if you want to get to sleep at 11. So that's my first point, is to just understand that you really are in control of how much sleep you get, and you need to be able to create a schedule to get the most sleep. And the reason we care about sleep is that if you are sleep deprived, if you aren't getting enough sleep, there's no way you can be your best self in a classroom. You're not going to be able to focus, have energy, really be prepared to learn. And what my whole conversation is about is being a good student. So good students figure out how much sleep they need, and they figure out how to get that sleep.
Hey, Dale, we have a question from Pooja.
Yeah.
She's asking how many hours a 40-year-old should get. Do you know?
I think it's somewhere around 6 or 7 at, minimum. Yeah, something like that. But yes, the teens definitely more. Now, it's not just about hours of sleep. You also have to set yourself up for a good restful sleep. And these pictures are giving you an idea of what those characteristics, what the other factors are that are going to give you the good sleep. And if you have a workbook, you have these listed there. So as I'm talking about it, think about which of these you're not doing well and what you could improve on to get good quality sleep. The first one on the left with the girl with the phone, that's actually showing you what not to do. You do not want to be on your phone right before you go to sleep, because it's going to prevent you from falling asleep. That blue light that's coming from the phone is interfering with the body's natural ability to fall asleep. So I actually recommend students stop using their phone as an alarm clock, turn it off, put it in another room, and an old-fashioned alarm clock. And that way the phone is not a distraction. Then the second one is a dark room. If you don't have window shades that are preventing the light from coming through, an easy alternative is to get a sleep mask, something that just covers your eyes. We're getting more people coming in, yay.
Dale, somehow you got muted. There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. You want the room to be dark because, again, your body responds to light and darkness. If there's light in the room, your body's going to naturally think it's time to wake up. You don't want to be waking up at 4 or 5 in the morning. So you really need to figure out how to make the room dark. The next one is the temperature of the room. It's been shown that you sleep much more soundly and deeply when it's cool. A lot of people think that, they want the room to be really warm. It's okay to have covers on you, but you actually want the air temperature to be cool. Funny, I had a roommate who would always leave the window open. I thought she was crazy when I was 20 years old. And now I know that she actually knew something more than I did at the time. So she knew that it needed to be cool, and we didn't have control over the heat. So she had to keep the window open. The next thing is quiet. That seems pretty obvious. You don't want to be sleeping where it's noisy. Maybe babies can do that, but we can't really do that. So if you are sharing a room, or you have noisy neighbors or noisy siblings, let them know that maybe you have a sign on your door that says, "I'm sleeping now," so people can be quiet. You can also get a noise machine, like a white noise machine, that kind of blocks out the background noise. That's actually what I sleep with, and it works wonders. It's great for traveling too, because when you're traveling, you never know who is going to be in the room next to you. And then finally, relax a little bit before you go to bed. Don't expect to shut a book and then immediately fall asleep. There needs to be a transition into a sleep mode, whether that is just listening to music like this girl is, or a sleep meditation. Do something that's relaxing for you. Maybe even do a few yoga poses find something that feels like a transition to a calmer, more relaxed state. So again, think about which of these you need to work on. I'm sure there could be more than one, but make a note of that if you don't have the workbook, or circle the options if you do have the workbook. Okay, we're moving on to tip number 2. Fill your mind with positivity. So what does that mean? Basically, you see this group of kids, they look very happy, they're smiling, hands up. This is how you want to feel about life. This is how you want to feel about being a student. And you might think, well, that's just not me. I'm never going to be like that. What I want to tell you is that your mind is not static. You can become more positive, but you have to change some of your habits. And I'm going to talk to you about what you can actually do to feel more positive. And that is also going to help you, be better in school. So here we go. The first thing that you can do is express gratitude on a regular basis. You can do that either using a gratitude journal or a gratitude jar. Many of the students I work with use a gratitude journal. And the idea of that is to just write down 3 things you're grateful for that happened in the day, 3 things that were maybe enjoyable, unexpected, something that you did for someone else, anything that's positive from your day. And it's not a matter of just doing it once. The idea is to make it a practice, because if you do this on a regular basis, research has shown that it changes your mindset. It makes you look for positive things in your day, and you just start to feel more positive. You feel happier, you feel more grateful for just everyday little things. So there are a few examples that I have up here you can read to yourself, but maybe think about what are you grateful for even today? Are you grateful for having the opportunity to be here with all of us? Anything. It could be maybe you had a really great breakfast. Somebody made you pancakes, blueberry pancakes, and that was yummy. It could be any little thing, but the idea is that you're doing this on a regular basis. And if you do it in a gratitude journal, you end up with this book of all these really positive things. And you can even look back and remind yourself about how happy and joyful you felt on different days. If you want to use a gratitude jar, that's something you can do as a family, where everyone puts in what they're grateful for into a jar. And then when you're together as a family, you can read them and share what everyone's grateful for. And that's a really fun thing to do too, especially when you have younger kids, and you can kind of get in the practice of everybody thinking gratefully. So that's the first way to create more positivity in your life. The second way—
Hey, Dale, what if we actually ask everyone to put something in the chat right now that they're grateful for?
Absolutely.
You mentioned those blueberry pancakes, and I had some gluten-free pancakes this morning, so I'm really grateful for that.
Yeah, I would love that.
I just came off of a 5-day fast, so having pancakes this morning was delightful. So everybody, share with us something you're grateful for today. Okay, we have grateful for my 2 kids attending this talk with me. Yes, we're grateful for that too, Pooja. So glad you could all be here. Anyone else want to tell us what they're grateful for right now, today?
I have a funny one. I'm grateful that my dogs aren't barking.
It's nice when they got to warn you with something, but when you're presenting, it's a little bit more challenging, isn't it?
Yeah.
Denise tells us she's thankful for hot tea. Yes, that's wonderful as well. Well, thank you all for sharing that. If any more come up, I will let you know, Dale.
Okay, terrific. Okay, and another way to increase positivity is using affirmations. It's just a fancy word for a positive statement that is going to make you feel good about yourself, make you more self-confident. And, we're always talking to ourselves. So if you can come up with some statements that make you feel good, it's going to really get into your brain, and you're going to feel more positive. So this is, as an example, the first one here, I'm becoming a strong math student. Now, that is so much better than if somebody were to say, I'm not good at math. I'm not good at math is a super negative. I'm becoming a strong math student. It has just a much more positive feel. And if say math was a difficult subject for you, if you wrote down, I'm becoming a strong math student on a lovely poster or piece of paper and made it pretty, and you saw that all the time, and you also said it to yourself regularly every day, all of a sudden you would start to really think that you can become a good math student. That idea that you're never going to be good at math will fade away. So the idea here is to encourage yourself with some positive statements. I've had a lot of students do this. In fact, I was working with a junior in high school who was so nervous about the ACT. She was having so much anxiety about it. And a lot of the things that we did were affirmations. So she was reading to herself, I am going to do well on the ACT. I've gotten better at the ACT. I am good at the ACT. She wrote it in many different formats, and she created like a really beautiful, I would call a poster, and it really helped. Fast forward, she actually got into her top school and it all worked out. I don't know how much the affirmations helped, but it definitely gave her a much more positive view of herself. The one that you see in the picture, I'm beautiful no matter what they say. I imagine that could be someone, maybe a girl who was being teased by some silly boys and they said to her, oh, you're not pretty. She knows she's pretty, but hearing that is very negative. So she could write, I am beautiful no matter what they say. And if she saw that next to her bed and she read that to herself, that those words from somebody else would not matter so much. So if you want to right now, maybe you could think of something some positive statement that would make you feel more confident. Maybe it's something that you're feeling challenged about or struggling with. And does anybody have an idea of what affirmation they could write? Jackie's writing one for me. Yes, anybody?
I typed in there, I am more powerful than I can imagine.
Wow.
Yeah, that keeps me going. Does anyone else have an affirmation that they'd like to share with us about what keeps them going? I have exceptional health, Denise says. Yay.
Fantastic.
I love that word, exceptional.
That's great. If you have the workbook, there is a section for each of these and you can fill it in later, but it's definitely something that can become a habit, a really positive habit. Okay, so we're moving on to the last way to increase positivity is to actually change your words, because what you say, as I was kind of saying before, what you say affects how you feel, and that affects how you're thinking and how you're acting. So I'll look at this one of these on here. Learning to play tennis is too hard. Now, if you're saying that to yourself, you're not going to want to even try to play tennis. You're just going to give up. On the other hand, if you were to change what you're saying to yourself, if you said, I like the challenge of learning to play tennis, now that's a very much more optimistic, positive statement. And you're saying to yourself, challenges are okay. It's just a process of learning. So really pay attention to what you're saying to yourself. I have found that we all tend to be more critical of ourselves than anyone else is critical of us. In other words, there are things that we say to ourselves that we wouldn't say to our friend. We're super critical of ourselves. And I think we need to, it's a bad habit. It's really a habit. And if we can change some of that thinking and change the words that we're saying to ourselves, it will make a big difference. If you go into a classroom with the attitude like that I'm bad at algebra, how are you going to improve? You have to have a more positive view of what's happening in the classroom. So saying I'm getting better at algebra every day is going to make you want to go to the class and continue to learn and get better. I hope that makes sense. Does anybody want to share? Is there something that you know that you say to yourself that you want to stop saying? And then maybe you could figure out a way to change it so it becomes positive rather than so negative. I know that's kind of hard to do on the spot, but if anybody wants to share it, if has an idea of that, love to hear it.
Moses says, I am the absolute best at what I do.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Okay, that's an affirmation.
definitely.
Excellent. Okay, all right, well, we're going to move on then. So moving on from positivity to getting going and staying motivated. Motivation is a huge issue, I think, for students. And there are ways to help your students get more motivated. And I think one of the best ways is to set goals. When you have goals, you have something to reach for, something to aim for. So if you say you're in a class and you just really don't want to be there, it's hard to pay attention. It's hard to get excited about what you're learning. But if you have a reason for being there, then it's much easier to get over whatever the challenge is of being in the classroom. I'll give you an example of why I think setting goals, it really came to me as being like really, really important. First of all, from my own experience, when I went to college, I was really nervous because I'd come from a very small town. I'd done well, and all I cared about was getting good grades. So I go to Yale, which is this enormous university. People are coming from all over. And I said to myself, I don't think I can get good grades anymore. I was being very negative. I even told my parents that don't expect me to get A's anymore. I don't think I can do it at Yale. So that was obviously very negative. It's the opposite of what I'm telling you now. And what happened is I tried my best, and the first semester I got 3 A's and 2 B's. Now that just changed my mindset totally and made me realize that I was capable. I just had to work hard. I had to do everything I knew to be a good student. And so my goal became, let me see if I can continue to get A's. Let me see, try to figure out how to be a good student here, even in a very different atmosphere than I came from high school. And and in addition, what happened was that I had a lot of health issues, put it that way. And despite those health issues, I kept doing well in college. And my mom kept saying to me, I don't know how you're doing this. I don't know how you're doing this. How do you manage to do this? It's because I had this goal in mind. I want to get as many A's as I can, and I want to be a lawyer. I want to go to law school. That was my goal. And I know that if I hadn't had that goal, it would have been so easy to kind of just accept that I didn't feel well, and it was okay. I would just kind of get through, but I wasn't going to try that hard. But I had this real goal that was really strong inside of me, and that really kept me on track and made me figure out, despite not feeling well, I still figured out, what I needed to do to be a good student. And it really propelled me forward. And I've seen that with a lot of students that I've worked with. So if you have goals, it will help you, be your best. Those goals can be academic, they can be social, personal, related to careers. When I work with students who are just going off to college, they're always worried about, are they going to fit in socially? So they might come up with a goal related to making friends. And a simple kind of goal would be, I want to make one good friend in my first semester who I can really talk to and feel like they support me. And having that goal will help them be more outgoing, talk to more people, get involved, participate, because they want to reach that goal. They really want to have that. I'm not going to go into the goal setting specifics, which is you want to have a SMART goal. You probably get the idea from just looking at that the picture. But setting goals with your child will really help them, push them forward, and help them achieve whatever it is that they do want to achieve. Okay. The other aspect of staying motivated and really achieving what you want to is being able to manage your time. This is the number one skill that I think students going to college don't have. So if your child is not in college yet, or even if they are, I would really suggest that you work on time management. And the idea of time management is to be able to have your child be able to structure their day, to know where they have to be at a certain time, what they have to accomplish. It will help them make sure that they don't miss any deadlines, that they can plan out when they have to study for a test. They just need to be more in control of their day, because in middle school and high school is very, very, very structured. There aren't a lot of options of what you're going to do. You're going to go to class, you're going to do your activities, you're going to come home and have dinner, you're going to do your homework. I mean, there aren't a lot of options here. But when you go to college, and we're trying to prepare to continue to be a good student, get to college, you are going to need to be totally in control of your day. No one is going to tell you what to do. So I really suggest that you start working on allowing your child to have more responsibility over what their day looks like. And if they can start using a planner of the type that I have pictured here, where there's times going down one side, they can start to schedule in what they're going to do in the day, when they're going to see their friends, when they're going to have their meals, when they're going to do some exercise, all of those things. And once they get the hang of that, it makes them feel empowered. It makes them feel more in control and more adult-like. And that will really help them be a good student now and in the future. The other thing that goes along with that is a to-do list, which is something that I suggest that you keep kind of like just a running to-do list, where you are writing down things that you have to do, that have to get done either that day or the next day, and then should do are things that can wait. And what you want to do is you transfer the must-dos onto the planner. So you have to figure out when, say you have to write a paper. Well, you're going to look at Monday's schedule and figure out when on Monday can I start working on my paper that's due on Wednesday. And then you find a block of time where you're going to be able to do that. And then maybe Tuesday, you're going to finish the paper and have somebody else read it for you. You're going to find a time on your calendar that will fit where you can fit that in. And then the good part is you get to cross off. When you've done your must-dos, you get to cross them off, and that makes you feel good. So that's one thing that students love to do. I'm curious, is anybody now in middle and high school, is anyone using a planner like on a daily basis and really feeling in control of their day? Does anybody do that?
You can unmute and say yes or no if you'd like to, if anyone would like to answer that. Anyone using a planner? Who just says, I do, with a big exclamation point and a smiley face. So somebody is.
Somebody is?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I guarantee you, if you can get your child to work on the time management now, they're going to be ahead of the game when they get to college, because that's what most kids struggle with and why they end up working with me, because they do not know how to manage their time. They get behind in their classes, and it's kind of a snowball effect. Okay, so we're going to move on to tip number 4, hydrate to feel great. I don't know how much water anyone drinks here, but I do know that water is so important. It may seem like a not an important thing to you, but our bodies are made of 70% water approximately. So we have to keep replenishing water. And if you don't drink enough water, one of the things that happens is you get a headache, usually pretty quickly. You could get dry lips, you feel tired. One of my daughters is constantly having a headache. And the first thing I say to her is, how much water did you drink today? Guaranteed she has not had much water. And if you don't start to think about it, it just is not part of your daily routine. It's easy not to drink the water. So it's something that I really want to bring to your attention. So the first thing is, got to calculate how much water you actually need to drink. And it's based on your body weight. So in this example at the top, if you weighed 100 pounds, you divide your weight by 2, you would need to drink 50 ounces of water a day. So I'll give you a minute, calculate how much water you should be drinking. If you have the workbook, it's on the work, it's there, the calculation. You don't have to tell us. You can if you want, but figure out how much you need and then think about what you're drinking. Do you think you're drinking that many ounces? So you just put in the chat, yes or no, yes or no.
Yeah, put in the chat, hashtag I drink enough or hashtag I don't drink enough. At least let us know that based on your calculations. I don't see any responses yet, Dale.
Okay, yes or no is fine too. That's easier
Yes
to
or
write.
no. All right.
Anybody?
I have a yes and I have a no.
That's probably true. If you ask a big sample, you probably get half and half. But now that you know how much water you should be drinking, you don't want to be having headaches and you don't want to be tired, because how can you be a good student if that's how you're feeling, right? So think about how can you add some more water? The obvious ways are to have water after a meal or with a meal. I think in terms of digestion, it's better to have it after you've eaten, but I'll take with the meal as well. That's good enough. You really should drink water when you first get up, because you've had many hours, hopefully 8 to 10 hours of sleep, and that's a long time with no water. So
We have a question, Dale.
Yeah, yes.
Does tea count if it's without sugar?
That's a good question. Tea is a diuretic, so it's really it really shouldn't count. As I'm not a total expert on this, but I would say if it's mainly tea that you're drinking, that's not enough water. Maybe you're getting a little bit of benefit from it, but it's not the same as drinking just straight water. Right. You can put fruit in it if you don't really like the taste of water. I love lemon in my water. You can put orange, you could put melon, all sorts of things people put in their water, lime, to make it more fun to drink. And then, so getting up is a really important time because it gets your whole body going. When you drink water, your whole system starts to get going. And after exercise, obviously, that would be a good time. And before bed, but don't drink too much, because you don't want to be getting up in the middle of the night and disrupting your sleep. So that is a relatively simple one, but something that not everybody does.
Moses has commented, it sounds like there is no replacement for water.
Yes. I think so. And you see now there's so many different bottled waters. Everybody's drinking water. So there is a movement to make people realize that they need to be drinking more water.
Dale, this might be too much information for some people, but I'll tell you the secret that keeps me hydrated well. Is every time I visit the bathroom, I go directly to the kitchen afterwards and refill. And that helps me to keep the amount of water every day that I need to have in my body. So
excellent. So you said yes when the question was, are you drinking enough water?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay. All right. Tip number 5, ask for help when you need it. This might seem kind of obvious, but I will tell you that students that I work with do not like to ask for help. And that can be their downfall, because they would rather struggle and not feel embarrassed about asking for help. I think that that's not the right attitude to have. And I will tell you that my 3 daughters asked for so much help, and you see where it got them. They did so well in school, but they didn't hesitate to stay after class and ask a teacher if they had a question. If necessary, we got them tutors. My husband and I were very involved in testing them and reading their papers, and they were high achievers. But that helped them be good students, because the whole point of being a student is to learn and to improve, to get better. And you can't do that if you're struggling and you're not asking for help. You're not making any progress. So I want to really encourage everyone to know it's okay, not only okay to ask for help, it's important to ask for help. So this is kind of a way to think about it. So what you want to do is, obviously you do want to try yourself first, but don't spend hours trying a math problem or trying to understand the directions for something and just wasting time. That's not helpful. So maybe, it depends on what the assignment is, but, you might want to give yourself half an hour to try to figure it out yourself. Or maybe it's such a small thing that after 10 minutes and you can't figure it out, then you say, okay, I got to move on. So the next thing you do is you say to yourself, what is it that I need help with? Do I need help understanding some kind of mathematical rule or principle or scientific principle? Do I need to understand that? Or do I not really understand what the teacher's asking for? What is it that you need help with? And based on that, you ask who would be the best person to help me? Would it be my parent who doesn't remember math? Probably not. Would it be maybe a classmate who is good in math and they might understand how to do this problem? And so maybe they would be a good person. Or maybe you do need to go to the teacher. So figure out who it is that you need to ask your question of, and then finally contact that person, whether it's texting, calling on the phone, staying after school. Make the effort, be an advocate for yourself, and find that person, contact them. And the end result is you got the help you needed and you solved your problem, and then you can move on to whatever your next assignment is. I just know that so many college students don't do this, and their grades can quickly go downhill because they don't want to ask for help, and they just rather struggle, waste time, and get a poor grade. So that is not the way to be a good student. So practice now, realizing that it's okay to ask for help, and figure out who to get that help from and move on. Okay, and finally, we're on to our last tip. Media in moderation will be your salvation. As we all know, we're all on our phones, including I'm guilty too. We're on our phones way too much, and it affects your ability to be a good student, because obviously you're spending a lot of time and there's a lot of distractions on a phone. So I actually put down on my next slide some of the reasons you want to reduce your phone and computer use. Clearly, when you're a student, if you have your phone next to you, it's going to be extremely distracting. So like when you're going to sleep, I suggest that you put it away, put it somewhere else, not next to where you're studying, and you'll be amazed at how much more you can get done. We already talked about it. It interferes with falling asleep. It also interferes with just your conversations with your family, because if you're on your phone when your parent is trying to have a conversation with you, you're not really paying attention. So there's maybe needs to be some rules around that. It definitely can be addicting. I have to say, I think I'm quote, addicted to my phone. And I have noticed when I haven't been able to use my phone, or I decide I'm not, say I'm going for a walk and I put my phone away and I'm outside for an hour, that is so relaxing. Not only because I'm walking, but because I don't have my head in my phone and seeing what messages I'm getting. So it is definitely something that can have this addictive quality. And people are, because of the phone, people are just not interacting in this we used to. Oh, we got a new person coming in here. We used to socialize more. We used to even get on the phone and talk on the old-fashioned phones. But now there's so much texting and emailing that we're not doing that. And that is taking away from our ability to, be social beings. And then the idea of comparing ourselves to others has been in the news a lot recently. Facebook even did a study that showed that the negative effect that Instagram was having on girls in particular. So being on the phone can have a really negative effect on our self-esteem, our self-confidence. So I would just suggest, and I would like to do it more for myself as well, to encourage your kids not to be on their phone so much, maybe start to have some rules in place, make them aware of how much time that they're spending on the phone and how that is taking away from them being a good student, which is what we're talking about now. Because there's only a certain amount of time in a day. And as we were talking about with the planner, if you're spending 3 hours a day on your phone, that could have been used to be doing something academic, something that's going to improve yourself, maybe something that's going to help you with your college application. So you're just taking away from that. Okay. Whoops. Oh, so here's what I was thinking. Maybe there's some other things that you can think about, but what can you commit to in terms of reducing your use of the phone or not even using the phone at all? Can you commit to turning off your phone during school, not even having it on, just have it so that you can call your mom if you need to? Can you commit to not having your phone with you when you have a meal with your family? Can you commit to putting your phone away when you're doing your homework? And can you commit to putting your phone in another room rather than having it next to you in bed? Oops, we're getting more people here. Welcome. So if you have the workbook, you can circle which one of those you think you can, oh, here, actually, I forgot how I did this. You can check off which ones you're going to do and how you're going to manage to do it. So if your goal, for instance, if your goal is to not have your phone during family meals, what's your strategy? Is your strategy you leave it in your bedroom? Or is your strategy, I'm going to bring it down to the kitchen, but I'm going to put it on the kitchen counter, not next to where I'm sitting? So think about what you're willing to commit to. And if you want to put in the chat what you're going to commit to, that would be really interesting. Any of those, or if you have maybe another idea of what you'd like to commit to in terms of turning off your phone? Anybody?
Dale, I have committed to leaving my phone someplace else when I'm eating a meal.
Awesome.
Which is not going to be easy, but my strategy is that I'll create a special place where I can put that, and I know that it always goes there when I'm about to sit down and eat. So.
Oh, that's a perfect example. Thank you. That's great. Anybody else? No.
Okay, I will chime in here. I was going to say that I would leave my phone in the car when we go to restaurants, but we go to restaurants every day. And if I left the phone in the car, I would be the one bored sitting there while everyone else has their phone on.
Oh, well, then you have to get them to commit to it also.
That's right.
Yeah, it has to be like a joint agreement.
I will commit to turning off my phone at night.
Awesome. Like at least half an hour before you go to bed?
Yes, I'll do my best.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. That's great. Did anybody put anything in the chat? No? You can write it down for yourself if you don't want to put it in the
Yeah,
chat.
we don't see anything in the chat right now.
Okay. All right. So those are my, that's it. Those are my 6 tips. I hope that you can implement some of them. And if you want to have a private conversation with me about any of this or anything else related to being a good student and getting into college, Talk with Dale is my calendar link. And that's it. Thank you so much. And I am going to pass it back to Jackie to introduce Denise. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Dale. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let's give some love to Dale in the chat. Can everybody just hashtag something that they learned today? So hashtag whatever you learned from Dale today. Water intake. Who just says water intake? That's an important one. We've got no phone in bed. Yay. Who else? Who else learned something today from Dale's presentation? That was a lot of information there. Very helpful. Sometimes it seems like, well, duh, I know that, but we don't do that. And that's why it's helpful to have someone remind us that, oh, yes, that is what I'm supposed to be doing. And as simple as most of these things are, they really make a huge impact on our kids, don't they, Dale? When our kids can live by these principles that Dale has taught, it will make a tremendous impact. We have Moses saying no replacement for water. He learned that. Water is the best. Nice. Yeah. All right. Well, we thank those of you that were here with us for Dale's presentation. We are going to be taking a 5-minute stretch break. So get out there and stretch a few minutes, and then we're going to come back and hear another tremendous speaker. So don't go too far away. Those of you that are on YouTube, stick with us. And we are going to be sharing with you during this break a positive prime session, which is an opportunity for you to feel a little bit of positivity and uplift as you're with us. So I'm going to bring that on, and we will be back in a little bit. I'm going to pause the recording here, or stop the recording, and bring it back on. Get my positive prime up here. Ooh, I'm not finding it. Let me find it again. right, everybody, welcome back. We have just heard from Dale Troy. Let me start the recording again here. So everybody, please agree. There we go. I am going to share my slides again because I want you to know who we just heard from, and that was Dale Troy, and she told us 6 tips to help you be a great student. And that was so powerful, so needed. And I learned a lot. And it's reminded me of the ways that I'm not doing the best that I can. And I know that if I try harder, then I'm going to succeed in everything that I do. I want to remind you that you are still welcome to join the VIP ticket. That will give you opportunity to be here with us live on Zoom, to engage with us, to hashtag with us. And you'll also get the workbook. So that will help you retain all the information that you're learning. It's got all the questions. It's got all the tips on there. And you don't have to furiously take notes while you're watching us that way. All you have to do is take out your smartphone, take a picture of this QR code here on the screen, and it will give you all the steps to join us right here. And we'd love to have you come in the room with us so that we can chat with you. You're also going to get some great giveaways, which you also see on the screen. 6 secrets from Dale. You've got choosing your college major or trade and career from Dr. Moses McCutcheon. Your winning message blueprint is my gift to you. And then you've got knowledge is power from Denise Thomas. So we've got lots of gifts to give you today when you become a VIP and can join us right here. All right. Well, our next speaker is none other than Denise Thomas. And I am delighted that you get to hear from her today because she has done something amazing and she's willing to share some secrets with you that most people do not know. So lucky you for being here. Her strategy for college and scholarship applications got her 2 homeschool kids. Listen to this, $199,000 in 17 scholarships. What? 17 scholarships for 4 years of college debt-free, and she had cash left over. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. She's a TEDx speaker, an international best-selling author. Denise and her husband live in an airplane hangar on a private airport. What? Okay, we got to hear more about that, right? Her talk title is Paying for College on Other People's Cash. Please welcome Denise Thomas to the stage. Woohoo!
Hey, everybody. I'm really glad to be here. And let's make sure we're recording. We are recording. That's fabulous. I'm going to share my slides in just a second. If you wouldn't mind, would everybody who is here live with us on Zoom, would you let me know in the chat what grade levels your kids are in? It can be kindergarten through professional school. So if you have a 6th grader, high school senior, what about college sophomore or even veterinary students? This information is for everyone. So I would love it if you would just pop in the chat the grade levels of the kids that you have right now. Or if you are a teen college student or middle school student, just go ahead and pop that in the chat. What is your grade level? I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my video presentation at this moment. And let's get it to play.
Denise, we have someone with an 8th grader and a 4th grader. And I have grandchildren in middle school and a 3rd grader and a 1st grader. 2 1st graders, actually.
We definitely need to talk. All righty then. So
we also have a 9th grader and a college freshman.
Fabulous. Well, I sure hope that the college freshman was listening to Dale's as well, because everything that she teaches is applicable for any grade level of student as well.
Denise, it looks like you need to start your slide presentation.
Oh, I don't know how to do that. Hold on.
Looks like there's a play up there. I wonder if that's what you need to do.
Well, I had it play in. Let me undo that somehow. Hold on. That's interesting. Well,
It's just that we can see your upcoming slides is all.
it's interesting. You can see that because I can't.
Oh.
Yeah, cool, huh? Okay, so, well, Dale, you're not the only one having tech issues this morning. So there.
Like I say, it happens
present
to
your window.
everybody.
Okay, I'm just going to quit screen sharing for just a second.
Try it again. Yep.
And
Sometimes
try
that solves it.
again. Let's do over. Okay, we'll try this one more time. Because yes, I have options for playing and it worked last time. So let's try this. This is the presentation. Maybe I have to share it. Let's try something else because I shared while it was in this mode. Let me stop share and put it in the play mode first. Okay. See if that works by some miracle.
Sounds theoretically plausible.
Theoretically. We're full of theory here, let me tell you. I think this will work.
There you go. Woohoo!
Yay. Awesome. Okay, so this session is paying for college on other people's cash because I believe wholeheartedly that we can do this. This is what we're going to be covering today in this session. Myths that are keeping our kids in debt, strategies for a debt-free degree. What is it that our debt-free degree graduates are using? And yes, there are plenty of those. Why starting in middle school is the best thing to do. And who wins scholarships? What does it really take? So let's get started. Most of what you believe to be true about the high school to college process is a lie. Your kids can go to college debt-free. But how did I come about this information? Because obviously it's got to be out there somehow. What is it that we're not being told, right? Well, for me, it was actually, I'm gonna call it desperation. I expected my kids would go to college. That was just kind of the thing. But we never put any money aside. I thought about once every couple of 2 or 3 years, we would put something, but we didn't do it. And later I learned that my husband thought we would use our 401k to pay for college. But now I know that would have been a really, really bad idea. When you take about $100,000 out of your investments at age 40, and that's the average cost to attend a state university, you lose more than $800,000 of value at retirement. Well, what if you have kids that go 5 or 6 years? Because that's pretty common today. Or what if you have more than one child? Now you've lost almost your entire retirement fund. And believe me, your children are not planning to finance your retirement while they're building their own life and their own family. As I say, you can't eat a diploma. We had just built our dream home, the one we laid off. He was able to get a job pretty quickly and was laid off yet again. So we put the house on the market and we bought a smaller home, but the house didn't sell. Then the stock market crashed and it didn't come back. We had to use what was left in the savings and in the 401k to pay the bills. With paying the 2 mortgages, the money ran out fast. We had just enough left to hire a bankruptcy attorney, buy a lawnmower and a trailer, start mowing lawns to put food on the table. The bankruptcy was liquidation. If you could touch it, it was sold. Books, toys, furniture, Christmas decorations, pots and pans. A garage sale is one thing. I've had plenty of those, but this was strangers coming into my home, making an offer on the pot I was cooking my dinner in. I had to pour my dinner into a container, clean it out, and sell my $200 Magnalite pot for $5. But that wasn't the worst part. Since the houses were being foreclosed on, we had to move into a small apartment. And so then our 2 dogs had to go. I will never forget my children running into the house crying as our dogs were taken away by their new family. Well, we got settled back into a new apartment, and I got back to homeschooling our kids. But then I realized my daughter was starting high school. What came to my mind next hit me like a ton of bricks. College. How would we pay for it? We had no savings, no house to borrow equity from, and the bankruptcy meant we could not co-sign for student loans. See, they don't tell you that. Your teen can only get a small amount on their own. For the remainder, they need a co-signer, and that co-signer is you, the parent or grandparent. But the bankruptcy took that off the table for us. All I could think of was my own college experience. I went to college, to a state university on the Pell Grant for low-income families, but I had to pay for room, board, and books. I worked 3 jobs, and I still had to lift food from the college cafeteria so I could eat on the weekends. Imagine the financial stress every semester, wondering if the check I wrote to the college would clear. I didn't want my children to struggle like that. How would we pay for college? The icing on the cake, that was homeschooling my kids. Would college even accept my mommy drew it up on an Excel spreadsheet transcript? That's when I started doing the research. Yes, 70% of college students graduate with debt, but I can do the math. That means 30% are graduating debt-free. What are they doing that the rest of us are not? What I found was eye-opening. There are a lot of myths that keep our kids in debt. Everyone believes you have to go to college to be successful in life. No, you don't. For example, both a mechanic and a mechanical engineer have the potential to earn the same money. That lawn mowing company we built was making 6 figures within 2 years. For those who are in or have middle school or high school students, you have time to discover not only if college is right for you, but what is your best career and life for your values and for who you are. If you're in college or have a college student, it's not too late to have a chat with Dr. Moses to discern the right path. Because although you may think you're on the right path, with 80% of college students changing their major at least once, the truth is they're actually clueless. Myth number 2, you have to attend a top 20 school to be successful. Actually, studies show it doesn't. What matters is how they perform while they're in school. And is the college accredited? That college ranking everyone likes to quote, it's a glorified popularity contest where the contestants have been known to manipulate the data they submit. In one category, they actually rank each other. The truth is, there is no outside authority ranking colleges on educational quality or student outcomes. So how do you know if the educational quality of a college is good enough? Find out what companies are recruiting students from that school. You'll be surprised to see top companies recruiting from public state universities. I know a state university graduate with a 4.0 who got a starting salary, excuse me, of $100,000 with Boeing. For middle or high school, this is very important. Almost no one can name or do they have any idea how many 4-year colleges and universities are in their own state. It's the ones that with that name recognition that we think has to be that school. It's simply not true. It's okay to apply to pricey colleges, private schools. It's possible that the bottom line, what you'll have to pay out of pocket, might be lower than your state college. But don't put your emotional eggs in that basket. For current college students, if you're already attending a pricey name brand college, you're likely to have to think outside the box to find or earn additional cash to cover the costs. In my Cracking the Code to Free College course, I have a list of 50 ways to help fund that college kitty. If your career path requires a higher degree and you miss the boat on free undergrad, do your level best to attend a college for your higher degree, your master's or your professional degree that wants you and will pay you to be there. Yes, you can get scholarships all the way through. So why is it that we hear so much about the high cost of college and college debt? Mostly because it's become a political football every 2 years, with everyone believing these myths. Myth number 3, the high cost of college. Is the sticker price high? Sure it is, but so is the sticker price for a new car. But when you plan to buy a car, you go into it knowing what you're willing to spend. And most people, 74%, are buying a used car, not buying off the showroom floor. Now, those who do buy new typically negotiate something extra to be added into the sale. The same is true for college costs. The sticker price, like the new car sticker price, is high. But only 25% are paying that. 75% of students are paying 56% of the sticker price. You don't have to pay sticker price. Those that are either want to pay that amount or don't know they have other options. So why aren't we screaming about the high cost of automobiles? Because it's a financial purchase, not an emotional one. Somehow we've bought into college marketing and they've made it an emotional decision. Take the emotion out of this decision. Myth number 4, everyone has college debt. I've already shown you that 70% of students graduate with student loans. That debt ranges from $5,000 to as many zeros as you'd like to play with. But the average debt for a college graduate is just under $30,000. That's about, not per year, that's total. That's about $400 per month for a 10-year note. However, what may seem like a reasonable amount of college debt for one person, with 70% graduating with debt, the odds are pretty good that your significant other will also bring college debt into the household. Now you've doubled what you thought was a reasonable amount of debt. How much debt is incurred should be weighed against what degree you're going after and the employment prospects. A teacher, for example, whose entry-level salary will be $20,000 or $30,000 should not be considering going into debt for $125,000 for that degree. It's ludicrous. And I've talked to a lot of teachers who've made that mistake. What ends up happening is the loan company offers repayment options that spread the loan out to 15 years or 20 years, making the monthly payments smaller. Now that seems like a great idea to your 22-year-old, but it's not. This is why students are taking an average of 21 years to pay off a bachelor's degree. It's not the high cost of college that's the problem. It's the poor choices we're allowing our kids to make. If you're a college student, or if you are a college student with student loans, or a parent with your own, or you've co-signed, Instead of taking that long road to paying back the debt, take on extra jobs to pay for it, tutor other people's kids, pull weeds, mow lawns. Pet sitting is an easy gig with an 8-to-5 job. There's so much you can do to get that monkey off your back. Not everyone has college debt. 30% graduate debt-free every single year. Wouldn't it be better if you don't have that debt at all? When you can attend college without student loans and graduate debt-free, you can buy a home, start a family, contribute to charity, visit mom for the holidays, and so much more. For example, after college graduation, my client's daughter noticed the number of homeless people she passed each day. She placed necessities in small paper bags and labeled them for male, female, and children, and handed them out to the homeless she passed on her daily route. Making a difference in other people's lives is just one advantage of graduating without college debt. Joy is a single mom. Her son started college in 2019 on multiple scholarships. In 2020, she decided to go back to school, and she also attends college on multiple scholarships. It's the first time I had both a parent and a child in college at the same time. Her son won't even accept groceries from her, saying, "Mom, I don't need it." He's financially independent. And Joy has extra scholarships coming in that she says are building her emergency fund. Now, I'm sure you've heard the quote, "The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result." The same is true with college. If you're doing the same things everyone else is doing, you'll get what everyone else is getting: college debt. So how are the 30% graduating without debt? Some started early. When I started my research, my friend said, "You're starting too early." Myth number 5, wait till junior year for that. Starting early means a lot of things. Some kids began taking college entrance exams, some as early as the 7th grade, not for the test scores, but to get used to the exam and the exam environment. When these kids took the ACT or SAT exams in their junior year, they were not anxious or stressed like their peers. They knew their testing strategies like the back of their hand. They didn't have to think about it. A mom called me last week to postpone an appointment with me until the end of the school year. And when I asked why, her son is a junior. She said the high school counselors told him to wait until he had his ACT scores so he'd have a better idea of where to apply for college. Now, you've got middle school or high school students, don't wait. Because when free money is the goal, this is the key: starting early. Debt-free graduates and private school scholarships are looking for things, certain things. You've got to start off with getting those good scores. They're really important. Having an impressive resume of activities is important, but so's getting those grades. Debt-free degree graduates worked on getting good grades from the very start of high school, knowing the grades and test scores they needed for college admissions. What to do? What kind of activities are important to colleges and scholarship committees? In my daughter's senior year, she applied to one of the largest scholarships in the nation. But this scholarship began with 9 pages of checkboxes of typical high school activities and leadership roles. Being homeschooled, she couldn't check enough boxes to get to the next level, to the real application. But my son is 5 years younger. Now I have the application. I partnered with another homeschool parent to create opportunities for our children to be able to check those boxes. In the end, my son became a Coca-Cola semifinalist. You don't know what you don't know. And if you're starting late, you miss the boat on these opportunities. Teens who graduate debt-free had conversations with their families early about the cost of college and what was expected of them. I personally didn't know until the summer before my senior year that my parents weren't paying for college. I just assumed they were. I think a lot of kids do. But my kids knew before starting high school that I could only do so much to help them with college. Getting good grades, participating in the right activities, preparing for college entrance exams, and writing scholarship essays was their job. But who wins scholarships and what does it really take to win? As was mentioned earlier, my kids won 17 scholarships. It's pretty common belief that you have to be geniuses to win scholarships. There are literally millions of scholarship opportunities available, totaling $23 billion every year. Scholarships for as young as kindergarten, and private scholarships go all the way through professional school. There are between 10 and 20 scholarships every year that middle school students can apply to. About 100 scholarships that early high school students can apply to. And thousands upon thousands for college students. For high school seniors, 1.5 million scholarships are available. Anyone can win. Most are simply writing an essay and don't expect a high GPA, if at all. 66% of scholarships are awarded to teens with a 2.4 to a 2.9 GPA. As you move into the college years and higher education, the scholarships are more specific to college major, industry, or area. And many of those will have a minimum GPA, but that minimum can be even a 2.5. Yet, as I got off of a stage in California, a mom approached me and said, "Your kids must be geniuses," because my daughter applied to 40 scholarships and won none. My heart sank. Finding scholarships is easier than most parents and teens believe, but winning them takes strategy. What I had failed to mention from the stage was that half of the scholarships my children won didn't ask for GPA or test scores. So if you can rethink what you think you know about the high school to college process, if you can change your mindset, your beliefs around college costs, so then how can you help your children unleash their potential, attend college debt-free, and live a life of financial freedom? What I set out to do was to help my homeschooled kids gain college acceptance and pay for college without debt. College acceptance was the first goal. Colleges are looking for three things, but back when I was in college, they were looking for the jack of all trades. You had to dabble in a little bit of everything. A little in sports, little community service, little music, whatever. Today, colleges are looking for focus, for passion, for what your teen loves, what puts that spark in their eye. Who are they? Not what I think colleges want to see so I can pad their resume and transcript. So how can you as a parent facilitate this? Pay attention. I know it sounds weird, but we're all in our own world and we're busy. Pay attention to your children. What I mean is look for what puts that spark in their eye, what makes their heart flutter. What would they do if they didn't have to do other things? Ask questions when they come home from school, activities, and work. What did you do? Who did you talk to? What was that about? You're not being nosy. You're making mental notes of what might become their college essays, their character and values, their life's work. I sent my kids to many summer camps, and vacation Bible schools are usually free. So I sent them to as many of those every year. My mother called it free babysitting. If it was a free camp and within driving distance, they were there. I would throw in a paid camp now and then. One summer, my son attended 5 camps. When I dropped him off at the last camp, he said, "Tell me, why am I going to this camp?" I said, "Because my job is to give you opportunities. Your job is to find your passion." This was a 5-day space camp, and my son didn't say a word until the last day when I picked him up. I asked, "Son, you haven't said anything about this camp. What did you like? What did you not like? What was your favorite part?" He said, "I liked the robots." Then he paused and he said, "No, what I really liked was programming the robots." I said, "Son, we can do that." 2 years later, I purchased a homeschool programming course. Now, you don't have to be homeschooling your kid to do that. Last year, my son graduated from college with a major in mechanical engineering and a minor in aerospace engineering. His favorite part is the computer-aided design. It's what he loves. Give your children opportunities. Make suggestions. In my course, I have a list of 100 activities that teens could possibly be interested in looking into. And there's a lot they can learn from YouTube. Do colleges want good grades? Of course they do. Grades and test scores tell the colleges that your teen is likely to pass and graduate. That affects their stats. But that's only one of the 3 things they're looking for. They also want to know how your teen fits into the campus community, how they'll contribute, and what kind of an alumni will they be? How will they, as an adult, reflect back on their alma mater? I created an application package that I thought would show my daughter as being more than a GPA and test score. What resulted was nothing more than a miracle. My daughter submitted her first application in the spring of her junior year. 3 days after, we got a call from the college. Now, this is a man calling for my 16-year-old daughter. And this is why I ask my clients to have the parent's phone number on the application. I answered the phone and said, "This is her mother. How may I help you?" He introduced himself and said, "We've received your daughter's application, but did not receive the application fee." Now, let me pause for just a moment. The application without a fee, that's going to sit in a pile waiting for the check that would never come. But not this one. He continued, "We received your daughter's application, but did not receive the application fee. And we'd like to offer her tuition, fees, room, board, and books. But we need the fee to process the scholarship." Now, I'm not getting excited just yet because I'm thinking he made a mistake. So I said, "You do know she's a junior." He replied, "Yes, ma'am. We'll wait for her." We heard similar things from many of the 8 colleges she had applied to. After my daughter made her decision, she sent a withdrawal letter withdrawing her application from the other 7 schools. She got a call from one of the private schools that she had turned down asking, "What can we do to get you to come here?" Then they offered everything they possibly could. When the college admissions board can see your teen as a contributing member of their campus community. They want your child to be there. Choosing the right schools to apply to is key to a debt-free education. With nearly 4,000 four-year colleges and universities, there are colleges that will pay your teen to attend. But my daughter turned down that free ride offer, and I'll explain why in just a moment. Years later, I asked my daughter what she thought was the difference about the application package that I had created versus what everyone else is doing. And she thought about it for a moment, and then she said, it's the difference between Six Flags and Disney World. They both have the same things: rides, foods, entertainment, but Disney does two things differently: marketing and storytelling. And that's what makes this different. If you're in business, you understand marketing. Businesses have a brand, a logo, and colors, but it's more than that. Potential clients buy because of how they feel about your brand, about its values. Everyone has a brand. It's how others feel when they're around you. It's your values, your character. Your teen's brand is demonstrated in their college applications, in their activities, in their essays, in their online presence. 50% of college applications are turned down based on something found in their social media. It takes time to develop that brand and to ensure nothing negative comes to light. Auditing your teen's digital footprint is part of that strategy. My course goes into detail of exactly how and how often to monitor their digital footprint. It's not only important for younger students, but equally important for college students. As a college student, you'll be looking for summer internships and postgraduate employment or graduate school. Your resume and your digital footprint must reflect that brand. You want to be sure your brand is who you are, because you want to know that the company you're working for also has the same values. Colleges are looking for three things. Will you pass and graduate? How do you fit into the campus community? How will you contribute? And what kind of an alumni will you be? Gaining college acceptance was one goal. Finding the money to pay for it was another. My daughter applied to her first scholarship also in her high school junior year. This was a $10,000 national scholarship. She won. And the company flew the entire family across the country so that she could accept the check from the stage at a conference. That's when I knew we had a winning formula for scholarships. She and my son applied to many private scholarships. Between the two, they won 17 scholarships totaling $199,000. They had 4 years of college debt-free with cash left over. They got paid to go to college. College scholarships begin in kindergarten and go to school. Don't stop looking for free money until the last parchment is in hand. Both of my children earned additional scholarships while they were in college. My daughter graduated with $4,000 left over. My son graduated with $10,000 left over. I teach 17 ways to finding scholarships in my course. There are scholarships, or are there scholarships that, is that the only way to pay for college? I mean, like seriously, because that's what I hear, but it's not. That's why that part of my course is not titled Finding Scholarships. It's called Finding the Money. There are plenty of strategies to use for finding money for college, depending on your circumstances. In Cracking the Code to Free College, I list 50 ways teens and college students can use to fill their college kitty. Now, why am I sharing all of this with you? Because I have a mission. When we dropped off my son to college for the first time, my husband and I bought a 42-foot motorhome and went full-time RVing across the US for 5 years. The entire time, I would be getting text messages or emails from friends or friends of friends asking how our homeschooled kids went to college for free. I found that I was repeating the same things with each family. After working with so many families one-on-one, I decided to take this to the masses because everyone needs to know how this is done. Believing these myths is keeping your kids in debt. My mission is to flip the student debt statistic here in the US. So why start in middle school? Isn't that too young? Think about it. Several decades ago, college applications were not submitted until mid to late senior year, January through March. Applying earlier was only for a few colleges. Back then, the advice to high school freshmen was to hit the ground running. Join as many clubs, activities as you can, narrow it down in sophomore year. Then in junior year, you'd have settled on a few clubs and activities that you really enjoyed and could participate in fully. By senior year, you'd have some type of leadership role. And that makes sense then. Okay. Today, college applications for the majority are submitted early in senior year. Some as early as August 1st, when the Common App opens. But if the application is submitted before your teen has stepped foot in his senior year, following that old advice, your senior year stuff wouldn't even be on the application. You haven't joined any clubs yet. You haven't been elected to those roles. That means we have to back up the exploration phase into middle school. It's also a good idea to begin college entrance exams in middle school. As I said earlier, it's not for the score. The first time is literally for acclimation. Subsequent times are for practicing strategies. And yes, by the time they take them in sophomore and junior year, and then they know the material, they're not at all stressed like their peers. This is no big deal. In cracking the code to free college, I take parents through the exact steps that I used to get these results for my family and others. I don't do fluff. I know what works. I tell you what to do, how to do it, and why, and let's get it done. Those who have success have good grades and test scores. Notice I didn't say great or perfect. They have drive, determination, they take action. They make a difference. They believe in themselves, and they have adult support. Those who are unsuccessful have overwhelming anxiety, have great grades, but say, I don't test well. This shows a lack of confidence. They're okay with college debt. Now, you have to have the desire to graduate debt-free. Your parents can only do so much. But the teen or the college student must write the essays. Choosing the right scholarship topics is very important since your interest in the subject you're writing about comes through to the reader. If you don't care, that lack of caring will come through in your college and scholarship essays. Those who are unsuccessful don't have an adult cheering them on, and they tend to make excuses. You have to want it. I came from a family without financial wealth. We built that wealth and then lost it all and rebuilt it again. And in doing so, unleashed my children's dream of a debt-free college education. And my dream of helping other families do the same. It's never too late to get started or too early. Cracking the code to free college is for families with middle and high school age children and young adults in college. Is cracking the code to free college right for you? I don't know. But this link that I'm going to put in the chat will help you to find out more about me and what I do. remember, college doesn't have to be a death sentence.
Wow, thank you, Denise. I hope that all of you listening have your handout because that was a lot of tremendous information that Denise shared. And without that workbook, you may not remember all of the important details of what she talked about. However, because she's put that link in there, you can contact her. Does anyone have questions for Denise? There was one question that came in the chat, which was, where can I find scholarships for middle school? Do you have any recommendations? But I'm sure they got to work with you to find that out, right, Denise?
There's so few scholarships for middle school, but I do have a list for my students that helps them to find them. Yes.
Great. We have another question. Where's the workbook? The workbook is available to you when you join as a VIP member of the Masterclass today.
Do you have that link or the QR code, Jackie?
We do. I can bring that up and share that with everybody.
And let's stop the recording as well.
Yeah, there we go. So let me stop the recording here.
If you use your smartphone and hover over put it on your camera and then hover the camera over that QR code, it'll bring a pop-up, a little pop-up at the top of your screen usually. Click that pop-up and it'll bring you directly to the link, directly to the web page so that you can sign up for the upgrade to the VIP. VIP gives you that workbook. It gives you the 4 bonuses, the 4 bonus ebooks that we offer. And if you upgrade to VIP Plus, which is also on that page, VIP Plus gives you a 30-minute one-on-one with each of our 4 experts. So go ahead and upgrade with that QR code.
Even those of you who are watching live on YouTube can get that link and join us here in this room because we still have 2 more presenters. And after we've all given our own specific spiel, then the last session is going to be the 4 of us in a panel, helping you through the rest of your questions and guiding you toward more resources and tools that are available to you. So I want to thank both Denise and Dale who have presented some amazing information today. This is important stuff to help your kids to feel empowered and courageous about the next steps in their lives. And I'm so delighted to be part of this team of experts that have come together to help you today. I hope you will join with the VIP ticket. And we are going to take a 10-minute break. This will give you not only time to do a little stretching, but get a quick snack, rejuvenate a little bit, make sure you drink lots of water. And then we'll be back in about 10 minutes or so, and we'll start our next presenter. And I'm going to put on another Positive Prime session during this 10-minute break. So enjoy that, everybody. Let me see if I can get that brought up here. Thanks all again, Denise. All right. So many buttons to pick here. You probably can hear the music. I'm going to get this brought up. right. Thank you all for indulging us with Positive Prime. It is an amazing application. It is available to everybody. And if you want to check that out a little bit more, you can go to my website, which is Speak Feed Lead. You see it behind me, speakfeedlead.org. And one of the links or one of the pages on my website is called Positive Prime Session. You can take a look at that and watch it as much as you would like to. And I hope that you will. All right. Well, everyone, I hope you had a good break. You've got a little bit more rejuvenated and you're ready to continue with more knowledge and more learning. Like I've said, I have really enjoyed what we have experienced so far. And I want to remind you that you can still become, whoops, that's not what I wanted to share. I want to share my slide. Here we go. That is still time to become a VIP member. You can get lots of additional resources available to you by becoming a VIP. And someone watching us live on YouTube said, we can't see Denise's link because she put it in the chat. Yeah, sorry. You have to be here to get that link. And that will also be on the recording. You'll be able to have the chat on the recording, the recorded version, which you also get as a VIP. So you can look back on these resources anytime you need to. All right.
I will mention that having that VIP, getting the recording, I think is pretty much fabulous, because wherever you are right now in your stage, whether you are a student or you're a parent with student, hey, guess what? They're growing up. So if you have a middle school child, they're going to need this again in high school and again in college. And, all the way through. This is, you're not done until your child is happy with their success and their success in high school and college and beyond, because we'll find out a little bit later with Dr. Moses that this is for everyone. Everyone needs this to have a successful life.
Yes, touche.
All right, so let me take this opportunity to introduce to you our next speaker. This is Jackie Bailey, and Jackie runs the Speak Feed Lead public speaking studio in Redmond, Washington, and is the founder and executive director of the Speak Feed Lead project, a nonprofit with a mission to empower teens, children, and adults with public speaking skills. Jackie's the author of the Self-Centered Leadership book, Becoming Influential, Intentional, and Exceptional, and it's published in 2014. And in 2015, she was a semifinalist in the World Championship of Public Speaking, placing her in the top 98 speakers of 33,000 competitors. That's awesome. Today, she's going to help you walk through the steps to have a strong voice in your college applications and scholarship applications and win a place to the college of your choice. Her presentation is titled, Preparing Your Personal Essay for College Submission. Thank you so much, Jackie, and welcome. We're so excited to have you here with us today.
Well, thank you, Denise. I'm having a great time so far. And let me see if I can bring up my slides. Okay, everybody. Keep your fingers crossed that my slides will come up here without issue. And I just need to make sure that I get the right ones up here. I got so many slide decks on. All right. Here we go. Hopefully this is it. And I appreciate all of you being here. You've asked some great questions today. I appreciate those who have engaged with us during our time together, and looking forward to more of that as we move on. Denise really set the stage well for me today, because some of the information she gave in her presentation is exactly what I wanted you to be prepared for as we talk about that personal essay that colleges look at very closely. Denise actually said that, yes, they look at grades and scores, but they also look for your focus, your passion, and what lights your fire. And having a well-written and delivered college personal essay might just make all the difference for you. In fact, she said half of the scholarships that her children were awarded had to do with the personal essay. Okay, they didn't necessarily even ask for all those scores. They looked for the personal essay. That's how important the information is that I'm about to share with you. And I'm going to walk you through a process to help you to discover what in the world you could write in your essay. And some schools actually allow you to create a video. So you don't even have to always write an essay if you don't feel like you're a great writer. You can do a video on a Loom or something on your smartphone, but it's got to be around 2, 3, maybe even 4 minutes long. So you've got to be a well-spoken presenter that can share your ideas readily, and it helps to know what those ideas are. So the process I'm going to help you walk through today is going to help you discover the important and valuable and worthy message you have to share, not only with those college submission peeps, but also with the world someday. You might actually be giving a keynote on a stage someday, and you're going to recall what you learned here today and say, I know exactly what my unique story is and what I can share with the world to inspire someone to have the great outcomes that I have had. So let me just start. If you've got your workbook, most of what I'm going to be sharing on my slides is also in your workbook. And there's also room there for you to jot down the answers to the scenarios I'm going to pose to you today. Now, when I go through this, I don't want you to think too hard. And actually, many of my clients tell me, you know what, this feels a little bit like therapy. and I think that's a good thing. I don't mean it to feel that way, but I think some people interpret it as that sort of feeling because there's not too many other places where you actually have opportunity to think back about your life and what those important and pivotal moments were in your life. And that's what we're going to help you to discover today. Because when I've asked people, what is your personal essay going to be about? They say, I don't know. I've never had any big challenge in life. I haven't done anything important. So I really don't know what I'd write about. That is what I'm going to help you with today, because you don't have to have amazingly earth-shattering experiences to have something to say. We're going to figure out that the experiences you've already had are valuable enough and worthy enough of inspiring other people. So let's get going here. The first thing I want you to think about is your accomplishments. And what I mean by accomplishments is a goal that was set. Perhaps it took a while to accomplish this goal, but you did it. That's an accomplishment. And I want you to consider 3 of those. And I will repeat, I do not want you to overthink this. All right? Your soul knows what is supposed to boil up right now. So let your mind be open and clear, and whatever experience comes to mind, I want you to write that out. And it's just a 30,000 foot level at this point. You don't need to put in a whole lot of detail. This is the foundation of those stories that you're going to create later on that will be part of a larger message that you're going to be sharing, which could be your essay. Okay, so list 3 of your greatest accomplishments. I would love for anyone who's willing to share with us your accomplishments, or at least one of them. I know it's a little bit crazy online. Maybe you don't want to share some of those personal things, and I understand that. But you could share it in the chat, and if you'd say, don't read it out loud, that would be okay with me. But it would be nice to connect with you in that regard. While you're thinking about that, I want to share with you one of my greatest accomplishments, which I thought was going to be the hardest thing I would ever have to do in life. You see, I come from a background where I was brought up in a very abusive home, and I was told not to tell, and I didn't. I kept that silence to myself. And sometimes those of you that have been through situations like that know that the silence is actually sometimes more damaging than the actual abuse. And it was for me, because I could never talk about it. I was ashamed, and there was no one to tell. And it was years and years and years until I was an adult woman when I was faced with a situation where I had to break that silence or allow someone else to be victimized. And that was a very frightening, emotional, overwhelming time. In fact, I considered suicide at that point because I thought it would just be the easiest way to take that silence to my grave and no one would ever have to know how really ugly I was. That's how I felt. And when I finally started to see a counselor, my counselor, who was amazing, one of the first questions she asked me was, do you feel that you'll be able to forgive the person who abused you? Now, at that point, I may have actually laughed out loud a little bit because to me, it seemed ridiculous that she was asking me to do something that seemed so hard. She might as well have just asked me if I thought I could pick up a semi truck trailer and throw it across a highway, because that's how truly impossible it seemed to me at that time that I could forgive when I was at that time in so much pain, reliving it and considering breaking that silence. And it was years later. It was actually years later when I was able to actually stand before that person who abused me for most of my child and teenage years and said those three magical words, I forgive you. And it not only changed my life and healed me finally, but it healed him. And I didn't know that I had the key to his prison cell in my hand all of those years. And that is one of my greatest accomplishments, is being able to see this horrible situation I was in, thinking it was impossible to ever truly heal from it, and yet being able to do so by using my voice and saying just three words that made a tremendous difference. Now, your accomplishments don't have to be the same as mine. But that's what I wanted to share with you, that story in its own, even though at the time just seemed like it was the biggest challenge of my life, it now inspires people. Your experiences are going to inspire people just like mine did. So I want you to think of the list of your three greatest accomplishments. And if anybody has shared anything, oh, actually, I think I can maybe see it. There's a couple here. Denise shared hers. As a high school student, I learned to play guitar, played for my church on Sunday, and taught other kids how to play. See how she turned what she learned into something to inspire someone else? That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that, Denise. And Anjali, I'm not sure if you have given me permission to share this, but she talks a little bit about her son and a big goal that he accomplished, even though he had a chronic situation, a chronic disease, if you want to call it that. And he was able to achieve a 4.0 GPA, regardless of this diagnosis he'd been given. So good for you. That's awesome. That's a great accomplishment. And let's see, Moses said, I drove school bus in high school and paid for my graduation fees from the money I made. Woohoo! Go Moses. Awesome. He didn't even know Denise's system at the time and he was already practicing it. Nice job. And thank you for sharing. Anjali, oh my goodness, you've got something else to share. Her son also struggled through middle school. He was bullied, harassed, and he still got that 4.0 GPA. He moved to California and flourished in high school, finally made new friends. That's amazing. That's amazing. And she's asking, so how does this become part of the essay? Good question. Okay, we're going to get there. So hold on to that question, Anjali, because that's a great question. So after you've listed three of your greatest accomplishments at a 30,000 foot level, just, like if I were going to write mine, I would say something, I was able to forgive my abuser after years of silence. That would be one of my greatest accomplishments. Okay. So I don't want you to throw out the whole story, just sort of 30,000 foot level. After you have considered that, now I want you to think about moments of crisis. Okay. The accomplishments were long-term goals set and met. Now we've got moments of crisis that happen to all of us. They are unplanned. We often can't see them coming. And I want you to think about 3 times when in those moments of crisis, you did the right thing, you called the right person, you said the right thing, whatever it was, and you were successful to make it through that crisis, or it was averted completely. And that's something to be proud of. Think about those 3 times in a moment of crisis when you overcame, as Denise was talking about. I mean, she went through a bankruptcy. That's a pretty big crisis. I've been through that myself, and knowing how heartbreaking it is. So when you can overcome that and learn from it and do as she's doing, which is empowering other people, that is a moment of your greatest efficiency. Okay. Denise says, oh, okay, let's see. Moses, thinking outside the box is awesome. And yes, I have some examples of students I'm going to share with you in a second. Okay, so after you have listed your accomplishments and those moments of crisis when you overcame, and you're not going to get through all of this today in the time that we have together, but you've got your workbook. So I want you to keep that and think about these if you need to. After you have those written down there, then I want you to really think about the common themes, common rules, or the traits that you see were there in all of those situations. Was it that you were with the same people? Were you living in the same town? Were you obeying the same rules? Were you feeling or acting the same way? For instance, did it take determination? Did it take courage? Did it take love? What was it common in all of those situations that allowed you to succeed? Okay. Now, to answer Anjali's question a little bit ago, this is the start of it. She was asking, well, what does all this have to do with the college essay? Well, because now by listing 3 of your accomplishments and 3 of your moments of efficiency, and now listing the themes, the things that made you successful in those areas, wow, you've got some stories you can start with, because those are what is inspiring to people, what you've been able to do. And colleges are interested in that. Remember, they want to know how you're going to contribute to their campus, how you're going to act as an alumni. If you've got stories that are amazing to share with them of things that you've done, that's what they're looking for. So that's what it has to do with that. And you're going to learn even more about what I'm talking about. So list the common themes. And this is really helpful too, because if you know what to do or how to make those successful scenarios come about, you've got the secret to life, right? I mean, if you can see all the things you've done that have helped you to be successful and there's a common theme, then all you have to do is just keep doing that to continue to be successful. And that's why a lot of people start feeling like, well, this is kind of like therapeutic, because I realize now what I need to do to be okay. Now we're going to go to the dark side of things, because there's an opposition in everything. And when you are speaking or when you're writing a personal essay, it's great that you can pat yourself on the back a little bit and say, look at the great thing I did. But it's also important that you're vulnerable enough to share your mistakes and to share the times when you were less than perfect, because that makes you real to the people you're talking to, and they don't feel like you're lecturing to them. Therefore, I want you to think about 3 of your greatest failures. Failure is kind of an ugly word, or at least it can be taken that way. And that's not the way I mean it. What I would like for you to think about is times when you had expectations for yourself, and then you let yourself down. You didn't meet those expectations. That to me is some of my biggest failures, is when I thought I could do something, or I thought I would had enough gumption or desire to do it, and realized, yeah, I didn't really care that much. And I didn't meet the expectations I originally had. This is going to be important stories that you share to your audience, because like I said, your failures are going to help them see that you're credible enough to listen to. You're real, you're personal. They're going to like you by being vulnerable. And a college, someone looking at this from a college is going to go, hey, this person is not afraid to say, this is what I've done that was stupid or silly or really caused me some pain or sadness or whatever. And this is what I learned from it. That's huge. That's huge. So 3 of your greatest failures. I want you to think about those. And just like before, I also want you to consider those moments when you were in a crisis situation. Came up suddenly, and maybe you didn't do what you needed to do. Maybe you totally blew it because you panicked or you let fear rule the roost or whatever, and it didn't work out very well. I'll share with you one of my greatest moments of inefficiency is one day when I had an opportunity to save some ducklings from certain death on a very busy highway. All right. I was working in an office next to this road, and this mother duck with about a dozen ducklings was attempting to cross this busy road. And luckily, the cars were stopping and letting her get all the way across. But on the other side was a sidewalk with a gutter. And she, of course, got up on the sidewalk without problem. But all these 12 little ducklings were trying to jump up onto the sidewalk, and it was just too high for them. And so they were all grouping together in this gutter next to this busy street where the cars now were no longer stopped. They were starting to go. And I was watching all this going, oh no, what's going to happen to these ducklings if they decide to run out the other direction? And so I put my superhuman cape on and I ran across the street, and I started scooping up all these little ducklings and handfuls of just feathers. It just felt like handfuls of feathers. And I was putting them onto the sidewalk, and Mother Duck was quacking probably a thank you to me. But there were a couple who ran away from me. Okay. And I didn't get a hold of them in time. And I was so afraid that they were going to run out on the street. So I started to go in the direction of that they were going in. And then at some point they split. One kind of ran toward me and passed me, and the other one kept going. And so I worked a little further, and then all of a sudden, boop, it was gone. That little duckling fell right into a grate in the street. And I looked down inside this grate, and there was just a little bit of water puddled down there, and it was just kind of standing there quacking, a poor little thing all by itself. And I'm trying to pull this grate off. Make note, I was dressed professionally because I was working in an office, and I'm pulling this grate off, and I'm trying to reach down in there and get this little duckling. And it's not working. And then all of a sudden it's gone. It goes down this waterway, this tube or gutter or whatever. And I'm sure it ended up in a river somewhere, but it was not with its mama. And I just felt so horrible because the actions I took were not right. I mean, I got a few of them up on the sidewalk and they were safe, but I felt so miserable for losing this one. And because I chased it and didn't let it stick with the other one. So anyway, that's a big failure that I had, a moment of inefficiency where I could have done something differently had I been better thinking or better thinking about what I could do instead of what I did. So anyway, I'm willing to share that with you. I'm sorry. I hope that doesn't make you too sad. All righty. So after you have listed those moments of inefficiency, crisis was not averted. Now I want you again to think about the 3 common themes, rules, traits, anything you can identify that you can see this is where I'm less successful than I want to be is when I do this, or when I'm with this person, or when I'm thinking this, or when I'm eating this, or whatever it is. Okay. Again, this is important for you to see, because if you can identify ways that you're thinking or people that you're with or parts of your diet or health that are in danger because of the times when you're not successful, again, this is going to open your eyes to ways to avoid those things that can create these non-successful events in your life. And again, we're making a catalog here of stories that are potential rah stories and potential, I was really silly or stupid to have done this, and I'm willing to share this with you to teach you an important lesson. So far we have at least 12 stories now that you've looked back on that might contribute to this essay that you're thinking about writing as you look back at these experiences that you have. Okay. But we're not done yet. I want you to keep thinking about this. And now I want you to give yourself some advice. Now that you know what it takes to be successful, because you've discovered those common themes, and you know what can happen when you don't act appropriately or think good things or whatever, and things can be failures for you, what's the advice you give yourself? For instance, you might say, I'm going to stop eating so much, or I'm not going to have all 3 cupcakes, or whatever it might be. So here is something else that Denise is telling me, that these crisis situations, kids think that maybe the only crisis they have are taking exams. But by doing this exercise, they're learning that they've actually been in other crisis situations and they've come through them okay, and they've learned things from them. And this is what life is here for. It's to teach us. And I will say that throughout this pandemic, it has been very traumatic for our kids. I think I mentioned this earlier. So even if students right now, you're thinking, I haven't really had anything rough in life. Oh my goodness, the pandemic has been a challenge for you. So let's identify those areas where that has affected you. So you're going to give yourself some advice. And I'm going to share with you one of my students who was writing her personal essay, getting ready for school, for college. And these are the pieces of advice she came up with after writing down the success stories and the not so successful stories in this exercise. So she says, 1, I have to focus and be confident. 2, I've got to be determined and to never give up. And then she said, I've got to get things done early the right way. So this is the advice that she would give herself. She would say, her name was Shreya. She'd say, Shreya, okay, you got to focus, you got to be confident. Then you got to be determined and never give up. And Shreya, you got to get things done early the right way. This is the advice she gave to herself, which is all really great advice for every one of us. Then what I asked Shreya to consider is how she might boil those down into a couple of words that would be easy for her to remember, sort of like a mantra that she could say to herself to remind her what it takes to be successful and what she needs to avoid failure. Okay. So in thinking about that part of the exercise, this is what my student Shreya came up with. Concentrate, dedicate, never procrastinate. That is what she came up with as a mantra for her personally. And what Shreya has told me this has done for her is it's given her a new perspective on things, that when she starts feeling down or stressed or worried about getting things done, then she says, I say my mantra to myself, I got to concentrate on what I need to do, dedicate my time or dedicate an hour to this, and don't procrastinate. Never procrastinate what I need to just get done. And that has helped her continue to be successful. Okay. So this could be a title to your personal essay. It could be a title to your book or your podcast someday, or your keynote speech, whatever it is. Okay. And so just working through that first little exercise has given you this self mantra that will ring true for you, that is going to help you have the confidence and the courage, whatever you need to keep going through those times of crisis, or when you feel like you're going to fail, not measure up. Okay. So we are going to keep moving on here. And next, we're going to examine our values, because those people reading your personal essay are going to want to know that you come to their institution knowing who you are and having a good sight, a vision on where you want to be and what this institution is going to do for you, and how you're going to also contribute to the success of your fellow students. Okay. So we're going to move into this section where you're going to examine your values. It's going to help you to listen inwardly to what you truly believe, and you're going to connect with yourself, and you're going to test your core beliefs a little bit. Hope everybody's still with me. If you've got the workbook, it's just a matter of turning a page, I think. Okay. So here is a list of common values that my students have mentioned to me that are important to them. This is certainly not an all-encompassing list. And you might see that some of them are cool and nice and you like them, but your particular values aren't on there. And that's why there's an empty spot at the end there. You can add as many as you want to. What this activity is going to do for you is it's going to help you focus on what is it that makes you tick, so to speak. And I want you to go through this list, and I want you to do this without thinking too hard again. I want you to think, okay, accountability. If you want to, you can say it out loud or just read the word. If you get this feeling like, yep, that's right. That's right. Then I want you to circle it or put a check mark by it. If you don't get any particular feeling or urge or whatever from accountability, then it's probably not something you need to worry about. That doesn't mean you don't believe in accountability. It just means that for right now, your soul doesn't feel like that is a big part of you. Now, keep in mind that as you consider values, they change. They change all the time. The values I have now are not the same values I had 10 years ago. And they're not the same values I'm going to have 20 years from now. This is a snapshot in this moment of what's important to you, but that's when you want to write that personal essay is in this moment, okay? So I want you to go through each of these values. And I want you to read it or look at it and say, is this me? Is this not me? Okay, if it's not me, just cross it off or go past it, okay? So you've got accountability, assertiveness, appreciation, boldness, courage. You can see that list, and you may not have time to do that now. But write down what I want you to do next, because what I want you to do next, after you have checked off that list and maybe even added a few on that you think should be on your list, now we're going to test them to see, are they actually your core value? When you are writing your personal essay or when you're giving a speech, you've got to know what you believe in. Your beliefs have to be congruent with what you're saying and the actions that you take. In fact, I'll tell you a quick story about one time when I played a game with my daughter, who at the time was 11 years old. It was called Where in the Mall is Your Mom? And she and her 11-year-old friends decided to do this game, and they even made up all the rules for it. And the rules were that their moms had to go to the mall in costume ahead of their daughters. And then when the daughters got there, they had to find their own mother in costume. And the girls decided that if they saw someone who they thought was their mother, they had to walk up to them and say, "Pardon me, do you have the time?" That was the key phrase. If that was asked to someone who was not your daughter, then you didn't have to give yourself up. So I went to the mall dressed as kind of a thug. I had a sister-in-law that was living with me who was about, 15 years younger than me. And so I used some of her baggy sort of gangster kind of clothes to dress up in to go to the mall. And one of the girls came up to me. Well, actually, I kind of stood around because I knew if I had to walk too much, I was going to give myself away. So I stood by this wall and kind of slumped like a gangster member would do. And I was making people nervous. I could see that there were these women in a beauty salon and they were like whispering to each other. And then they were pointing at me and I knew I was making them nervous. So I moved away a little bit so they didn't see me any longer. And then one of the girls from our group approached me and she said, "Pardon me, do you have the time?" And she wasn't my daughter, so I didn't have to give myself up. So I said something like, "What you talking about, chick?" and it frightened her so much, she kind of jumped back a little bit. And well, once the game was over and my daughter had found me, we were all gathering. Somebody is I'm going to mute. Somebody is unmuted. Can we mute some? There we go. Can you guys hear me? Okay, awesome. Well, we were gathering after this game was over, and some woman in the mall, she walked up to me, got right in my face, and she said, "Who are you?" And I told her, "Hey, I'm just a mom. I'm playing a game with my daughter. We're here at the mall." And she said, "Well, there's a SWAT team that has surrounded this mall, and they're coming in after you." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And it was true. I had frightened people in that mall because of my actions. Now, here's what I mean about being congruent in what you believe and what you do. I certainly had no evil intention at the mall that day. I was there going to have fun with my daughter. But I so confused the people who watched me and heard me that I frightened them. You can do the same thing. If you are not clear and congruent with what you say and what you believe, you're going to confuse people. So as you write this personal essay, you want to make sure that you know your values. And those values have to be part of what you talk about. Okay. So by testing them, I mean, once you have this list of values, you're going to try to boil them down to about the top 3. All right. And you're going to do that through a process of elimination. You're going to put one value up against another value on your list, and you're going to say, is it appearance or is it courage? It's courage. So you cross off appearance, and then you take courage and you go, is it courage or is it neatness? No, I think it's courage. So you get rid of neatness. That's the way you're going to work through this process of elimination, and you're going to boil it down to maybe 2 or 3 top values that you feel are important to you. Okay. Now, what I want you to do once you've done that is I want you to test them out a little bit. I want you to consider when those values might not serve you. For instance, I might think that I really believe heavily in innovation. I love to create and be innovative. There you go. Create and be innovative. I like that. However, I also realize that I like stability and I like constant security. And those 2 things may not go hand in hand. Innovation and stability, maybe not. So if I can find a way when one of those values doesn't quite work for me all the time, then it's probably not a core value. And what we want to do is find that core value, that value that we believe so deeply that we would never compromise on for anything in the world. Okay. Now I know we're going through this fast because we've got a lot to cover, but this is all in your workbook. And this is a great exercise to try to do. And if you have trouble with it, contact me because I would love to help walk you through it. So test those 3 top values. And then what you'll discover likely is your core value. And there might be another one or 2 core values. Okay. And that's okay. And once you know that, you can use that in part of your essay too, by just simply saying, this has taught me this. And that's the next part of what we're going to be talking about is extolling your story. Extol means to get it out there, to share it, to discover it and release it, essentially. So you're going to identify the who, you're going to describe the what, and you're going to discover the why of you. All right. So as you think about your values and you think about those stories of success and failure, how did you learn that? How did you learn that value? If you strongly believe, for instance, in determination, there's got to be a situation or an event in your life that taught you that either taught you that determination is what you need for success, or it taught you that if you don't have determination, you're not going to be successful. So in your handout, then, there's a way for you to walk through listing just one story at a time. Who were the people involved? Who were the characters in this situation that taught you determination, for instance, is your value? What was the setting of the occasion? Was it just a family setting? Were you on vacation? Were you at school? Where did this happen? Then what did actually happen? How did you learn determination? Did you have to study hard for a test in a language you didn't know or whatever? And then the last part is what's really going to be helpful in your essay is how did it change you? Any good story is made better when a comparison to what you were like before to what you're like now is made. When an audience can see how you changed because of that, what you did or didn't do, that is where they connect to you. And that's why that's an important aspect to have in a story. And that's why I'm asking you to do this. So you consider all those people involved, what was the setting, what actually happened, and most importantly, how did it change you? What did you learn from that? Okay. Now, when it comes to writing a story, I have this little tool because most of you are aware that we have if you've ever taken a literature course, and probably most of you here have, you know that there's elements of the plot, right? There's the exposition, which is the opening. Then there's the rising action. Actually, there's the conflict that comes in pretty quickly. And then there's the rising action. And then there's the climax. And then there's the falling action, right? And then there's the resolution. We're all pretty familiar with that plot design. Well, I've simplified that through just 8 sentences that are easy to memorize to help you craft any story. Now, it is a template, all right? It is not for you to use these sentences word for word, but this is the 8-sentence story structure. Once upon a time, every day, those represent the exposition of a story, the opening scene where you get to know the character. Once upon a time and every day. The conflict comes upon until one day something changes. We know something changes for the main character. That's the conflict, okay? Now, because of that conflict, something happens. And because of that, something else happens. That's the rising action of a story. Until finally is where the main character comes face to face with their enemy, right? The dragon or whatever. That's until finally is the climax. And then we see is the falling action, meaning this is where all the secrets are revealed. This is where we learn what it meant to you and why this taught you this. And then since that day is the resolution of your story that teaches us how it changed you and why we should be listening to this story and how it can change us as well. I teach even my youngest students that are 10 years old this 8-sentence story structure, and they are able to craft any story, fictional, nonfiction, whatever, and they just use this as a template. You don't have to use the exact words. It's just to help you recognize what comes next. Once upon a time, every day, until one day, because of that, and because of that, until finally, then we see since that day. That's how you craft a story. So I have that in the workbook for you. After you have some of those stories already in your pocket to share in social situations, which, by the way, is going to give you a lot of confidence to talk to people when you feel like you've got stories you can share. And if you've told them in a speech or written them down, then they're just going to flow out of you naturally when the time comes. Now you've got to develop your message. And I've also given you a template for that in your workbook. First thing you want to do is, as you're writing your essay or giving a speech, capture the audience, capture their attention, okay? You want to start with a short story, a couple sentences or so. When I was 12 years old, I thought I would be a fisherman, right? Okay? Capture the audience in that regard. And as long as the rest of your story is about fishing, then it's going to make sense. So you can't have a statement that's not relevant to the rest of your presentation or your essay or whatever, but capture them, okay? Then in a few words, you tell them what you're going to tell them. So they say, when I was 12 years old, I thought I was going to be a fisherman. Today, I'm going to tell you how my plans changed for the better or whatever, okay? It's a short little sentence. I'm going to tell you how my plans changed for the better. And then the next part of that is an outline where you've got 2 or 3 main points with transitions. And those points could be some more stories. They could be statistics. They could be jokes. They could be quotes from other people. There's lots of things that could be in those 3 main points, but you want to have a couple of different examples to share that's related to this story that you're telling. And then after that, then you say, even though I didn't become a fisherman like I thought I would at 12, because you're telling them what you told them, now you encourage the audience to take action. I've learned it's so much better to be an astronaut, for instance, to be an astronaut where I can explore galaxies far beyond the oceans I thought I'd fish in, whatever. So you're just encouraging the audience to take actions based on what you did. And that is what's really going to make for an excellent personal essay that those people responsible for your collective fate getting into that institution are going to love. Okay? Capture their attention, give them a little bit about why you're telling them this, offer some stories, some great examples, the lessons that you learned, how it's impacted your life, how you've changed from it. Encourage them the next time they face something like that. Or in this case, you might say, when I attend your school, I'm going to be able to mentor other students who have had similar situations, or I find it really easy to make friends, and I know that I'm going to be able to belong to different clubs and da. Tell them how you're going to affect and contribute to their institution, and that's going to encourage them to take the action that you want them to take. Whew! Okay, so I am Jackie Bailey, and I have just told you how to prepare your personal essay so it can be successful, and you can have this message that will inspire whoever reads it to go, this is a person we need to have at our institution as soon as we can get them. And you are going to get into the college that you want, just as all of my students who I've helped with this process have done. And so I know it's possible. It's actually been impossible at this point to see anything otherwise. They've all been successful. So I hope that you'll let me know if I can help you with that. But following these guidelines, doing a little introspection first, finding the stories, finding the experiences you've had in life that are pivotal, that have brought you to where you are now, and then letting the college know how those have affected you and how you're going to be an effective person for them on their campus. You're going to get in without any problem at all. Questions? I don't have a lot of time, but questions? No? All right. All right. Well, we're going to take another break, and then we will be back with our last presenter here in a few minutes. So enjoy a Positive Prime session for a few more minutes, and we will be back. And don't forget that we're all going to come back together for our final session as part of a panel. Stick around so that you can ask us any questions that you've been jotting down or making notes about as a collective group. All right. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Hey, Jackie.
Hey, yeah.
Jackie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. I sent you
Oh, you muted.
Jackie, you need to stop the recording,
Yep.
please.
Yep. All right. Moses, did you send me something? I'll read it in the chat.
Oh, okay.
It is straight up on the hour. We're doing great. And so far, I've had a lot of fun. I have learned a lot from our experts and from those of you who have been engaging with us. Let me see if I can bring up the right slide I need to continue on. Hopefully this is the right slide deck, because you just heard from me, and I want to remind everybody that you can still upgrade to a VIP ticket, because what that will get you is, even if you've missed some of the presentations earlier, the VIP is going to give you a recording of everything you've missed. And it's also going to give you the workbook and access to some giveaways. So I hope that you will take out your smartphone, you will scan this QR code, and you will sign up for a VIP, and that will put you right here in the room with us. Whoop, whoop. All right. Well,
Reminder to record.
Yes. And we are now going to introduce to you our next presenter, which I am honored to do. And this is Dr. Moses McCutcheon Jr. He has received many awards for his School to Success and community development work. He has a Doctor of Education degree in organizational leadership and a master's degree in education administration from Pepperdine University. He is the creator of School to Success, a life and career guidance training system for the family. Moses has more than 30 years of experience as an educator, trainer, and personal development consultant, with emphasis on helping students discover their life purpose as it relates to work and choosing a college major or trade and a career. His book is titled Planning Today for Success Tomorrow, and was written for parents and others to help students plan for a successful life after high school, which is what we are all doing here today to help you be ready for high school and life after that. So please welcome our next presenter with choosing your college major or trade and career, Dr. Moses McCutcheon Jr.
Okay.
Spotlight it here, my friend.
All right. Let me see if I can share my screen. Hopefully it comes up. Can everybody see that?
Looking good so far. There we go. You just need to start the presentation and you'll be all set.
Okay. All right. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. I am delighted to be here, and I'm delighted to be able to share the platform today with all of the other experts. And I want you to put a hashtag great information. Dale, Denise, Jackie. Thank you. Please put that hashtag and put that information in the chat box. Today, all of the information that you have received already and that you're going to receive now, it all works together. And I want to start by sharing my own story today. Again, the topic is choosing your college major or trade and career, the School to Success assessment, your starting place. For example, if a person is going to build a house, they start with the foundation. So consider this the foundation for the success that you are going to achieve, because God has already blessed you with all the equipment that you need to be successful in life. But our job as parents and as individuals is to discover our special gifts and our talents. They're already there. So you are already equipped to be a success in life, but you have to take time to make that discovery. With regard to my own story, I struggled throughout my educational years to determine what my major would be. This was not a problem during my K-12 years. I literally learned to do about 15 to 20 different things during my K-12 years. And I did not realize that it was a problem until I was ready to go to college, or I was ready to graduate from high school. So now my senior year, I knew that next year was going to be very different from what I had experienced in the past, or what I was experiencing during my senior year of high school. So what am I going to do? Well, I knew I was going to go to college, but what will my major be? So I struggled with that. And so much so that I realized that I needed to slow my own educational process down, my educational journey down. And I had to slow it down to the extent that I completed my first year of college. And then I had to take a break because I needed time to try to figure out what it is that I really want to major in. Other than that, I'm going to be wasting time. I had literally been a person that set goals all my life, but in this particular instance, I could not set any goals because I did not know at the time what my major would be. So it became a step-by-step process for me, whereby each year or each time I completed a part of the journey, then I would have to take time to do research to determine what my next step would be. So again, having said that, I completed a 2-year degree in general education. Why general education? Because the general education degree meant that if I were to go on for a 4-year degree, I would not lose any credits. Then I had to decide what my major was going to be. And then I ultimately came to the conclusion that if I am going to major in a particular field, that major needs to be in line with something that I really want to do. And at the particular time, I discovered that those persons who were majoring in English, for example, well, a better example would be music, was majoring in music, they were not taught any business courses. And there were other fields of study that were not taught any business courses. So I realized ultimately that there is a business side to every occupation. And so business classes should be taught. So long story short, I focus on a business major with entrepreneurship. Now, during this time of taking step by step, I had to determine at some point that this major was truly right for me. So I ultimately realized that the question that is asked to a student when they graduate is, what will your major be? But the job market is asking, what can you do? What skills do you have? So the thing that I want to share with you today is, what is it that you love doing? What is your purpose in life? Everything has a purpose. A saw has a purpose. A hammer has a purpose. And people have a purpose. and a purpose as it relates to work. So if you discover what that purpose is, it makes it easier for you to choose a college or a trade school major and a career. Now, if it's based upon your purpose and the reason that you are here and you are clear about that, it also makes it easier for you to implement all of the great information you have received from Dale, Denise, and Jackie. So once we are clear about this purpose thing as it relates to work, now it's easier for you to determine what those values are and what your core values are. So now, if you are clear about those particular things, you also are clear about what to write about, because you can write about something that's relevant to the work that you're going to be doing in life. So we are working on a project that has meaning. So if you're going to write about a story, you can write about some of the experiences that you have, as Jackie mentioned, and you can now set clear goals, and all of these clear goals leads back to a connection to your purpose in life as it relates to work. So I have spent my life studying work, studying life as it relates to work. And I end up studying the same thing during my master's degree and doing my doctoral studies, whereby I end up doing a dissertation on a case study of the School to Success program, whereby we tested over 1,000 people age 4 to 92. And you're saying age 4, how does that come into play? Child is too young, and we talk about age before, but I have a chart whereby I made to show that during ages 1 through 4, every child basically is in homeschool because you're at home. And then kindergarten starts in 5th grade. And then in 6th grade, they're in the 1st grade. Well, between the 1st grade in 6th grade, and then by the time you are 17 or 18 in the 12th grade, you are now getting ready to enter a world that's totally different from what you were used to during your K-12 years. Everything in your K-12 years was done for you. But after that time, you were 18, the principal says bye-bye. They're looking at the 9th, the 8th graders who were coming from middle school, going into high school to 9th grade. And now you are on your own, because when you get to college, you have to prepare your schedule. You have to do things for yourself. You know, it's not already done for you. So the research study took several years to put things together. And it's all written in a book now called Planning Today for Success Tomorrow, helping students choose their college or trade school major and career. So today, that's part of my story. That's part of the journey and the background. We talk a little bit about the research, and the data basically tells us that career planning should start as early as possible, but not later than the 7th grade. Now, I know that there are people that say, oh, that's too early, but I can tell you from experience, it is not too early. I heard a counselor telling a group of parents at a conference years ago that, well, the student can wait until they go to college to figure out what they want to do. Well, that's the same as like telling somebody, I'm going to cook the cake and eat it at the same time. It does not work. These are the students now who find themselves um, staying in college for 6 years if they decide not to drop out, because they realize college is not the place. So what we teach is that if you discover your purpose as it relates to work, you may or may not need a college degree. It might be a trade school degree that you need. So that's what determine whether you are going to, that helps you determine, if you will, what your major is going to be, and not only what your major is going to be, but what type of school and the school that you are going to attend. You have, as a part of your session, a workbook that talks about the assessment, because the assessment is the starting place. The School to Success assessment is designed to complement all of the good things and all of the things that are being done in your environment and in the community. So what does that mean? That means then that it works with all of the other good things that you need to experience, such as the other presenters today. All of those things that they're talking about, they are needed, but it'll be easier for you to do those things if you're clear about your purpose. And this assessment is designed to help you to get started with that. So if you have the assessment, it's a short assessment, and it starts with this. This short 8-question pre-assessment tool was designed to help you determine where you are now in relationship to where you want to be in life. Your answers to the questions will help you develop a plan for your future. Your response to these questions will help you to set clear goals and be happy in life. So this assessment will work with any assessments. For example, if you have taken the Myers-Briggs or any one of these other professional assessment, this assessment works with that assessment in terms of helping you to either confirm that the assessment was right from Myers-Briggs or the whatever type of assessment you're using, or the fact that, wait a minute, something is wrong and I need to get to the core of what I really want to do. You will know the answer to this. So this question, the question number one is this. I know, or statement number one is this. I know what I'm going to do when I graduate from high school. Yes or no. You either know or you do not know. Question two is, I know what I want to be and do. That's the career path. Yes or no. Now, our research shows that more than 50% of students will admit that they don't know. I was in that group. I admitted that I did not know exactly what I wanted to do because I love at the time to do many different things, and I did not know how to convert what I love into a major. And then there is another 49%, this is the research data, another 49% that think they know. They don't realize that they don't know until after they are in college. Now they start to change major. That's where that 80% comes into play. They start to change major, and then some drop out because they realize now, no, this is not what I want to be. Then there are still others who turns a 4-year degree into 6 years or 8 years. And then there's another group that change, that just taking, they don't have clear goals, so they are just taking classes. There was one student that had 70 hours of credit, 10 in English, 8 in math, 4 in social studies, on and on and on. And so in order for this person to graduate, he had to decide which one of these fields of study that he was going to go into. 70 hours of unit, which means he could have graduated with 60 hours with an associate degree. But now, without the proper guidance, he is in a situation that he can ultimately get out of. But look at the time that has been wasted. Look at the money that has been wasted in that. So we want to have these things in order so we can take maximum advantage of the funds that you can get based on what the niece teaches and getting the funds. Statement 3, I plan to go to work when I graduate from high school. Yes or no? Now, going to work after high school is not a bad thing, especially if you're not clear about what it is that you want to do, because you gain experience that you bring to the table about work. It's better to mix experience along with academic studies, because now you have skills, you have things that you can do for the company that hires you. Next statement, I plan to enter the military or attend a community college or trade school when I graduate high school. Yes or no? 5, I plan to attend a 4-year college or university when I graduate from high school. Yes or no? And then we get into 6. If your answer is yes to statement 2, statement 2 is this, and I'll go back to statement 2, which says, I know what I want to be and do. So if you answered yes to statement 2, and this is statement 6 now, statement 6 says, if your answer is yes to statement 2, please complete the following statement. I want to be let's say an attorney, employed as a criminal lawyer by the time I am 25 years old. So now that statement with a response like that, we know that if you say that you want to be an attorney, that's really not telling us very much, other than the fact that you have majored in law. That does not tell us what it is that you're going to do. Remember, we are talking about what it is that you are going to do is what the company wants to know. What is it that you're going to do? What is it that you can do for the company? What specific skills do you have for the company to help the company's growth? And then statement 7, or question 7, how do you want to spend your life? Write your answers. There's space for you to write your answers in the workbook, and basically describe, how do you want to live? Now, many times when I'm conducting this assessment and I get to this question, many students get stuck at this point. Well, one response is, if you don't know, just say that's your response right now. I don't know. I haven't thought about this, but now here's the time to start thinking about this. And then 8, what should you do to make spending your life this way a reality? Well, now think about this again. So this assessment is the type of assessment whereby your A answer, if you will, is the truth, whatever the truth is. So if you don't know because you haven't thought about it, then that's your answer for right now. That's where we start. So our goal becomes then to know and to study and to prepare ourselves for what we want to do in life. we have an activity that's a part to help you to make this decision. So that activity starts like this. List the things you love doing. List only the things that you love doing. Do not list something that you hate. Just list all the things you love doing. That could be 5 things, 10 things, 15 things, whatever they are. List them. Examples are writing stories, writing music, reading, public speaking, doing personal development research, solving mathematical problems, helping others, teaching or training others, how to do something, debating with others, playing football, basketball, playing chess, soccer, baseball, playing computer games, cooking, baking, drawing, coloring, designing, singing, dancing, acting, playing the guitar, playing the piano, whatever those things are, list those things. And as you make your own list, these are just examples, as you make your own list, you can use a separate piece of paper if you need more space. But as you list the things that you love doing, and we have space in the workbook for 10 items that you can list, then you have to choose. Now choose the top 3 things that you love in order of priority. Place number 1 beside whatever that item is, number 2 beside the next item, and then number 3. What does that do? Well, that means that by the time you reach 12th grade, the worst case for this is to have it down to 3 areas that you want to pursue, and then one can fall off. One can be your major, the next can be your minor, and then one can fall off. Some students carry double major. I don't necessarily advocate that, but if that's a desire, you still have it down to 3. Okay, double major and a minor, or you could have a major and a minor. And you can use this process over and over again. And as you go through the assessment, we talk about the outcomes, and we have ways of helping you to get to where you need to be as a result of these outcomes. We have a training system, and this training system is called the School to Success Training System. And it's based on the fact that every student and everybody want to be successful in life. In fact, everybody is equipped for success in life. You have all the gifts and talent, as I mentioned earlier, to be successful in life. So what we have now is a company that exists to help parents and families with middle to high school students plan today for your success tomorrow and into the future. And the company is a life and career guidance business created in 2002 to help people discover their life purpose as it relates to their work. And it's created to provide career guidance, education, and training for parents with middle to high school students in the household. We start working with students in middle school and follow them through high school, college, and into adult life. Here's what happens. When you decide upon a course of action, as Jackie mentioned in her presentation, that values change. Well, that's true. What happens is that you might go through a career as a parent, and now you're at the crossroad. That happened to me. At the crossroad, I spent a career in the military. Well, after the career was over, now I need to start again. Well, what will my next life look like? What will my next career look like? Oh, it took me some time to figure that out. Well, what happens with some clarity about your life purpose, that decision becomes easier for you. So The book Planning Today for Success Tomorrow is one of those that's available as you upgrade. And so the entire book is there as an copy. And of course, hardback copies and digital hardback copies and paperback are available. And the goal here is to connect your life purposes to your career choice. And what you want to do is discover your genius. You are equipped to do something, and not only something, but a number of things that others cannot do. That's why we are here to serve each other. We need each other. We need each other because we are unique within ourselves, and we bring something to the table that everybody needs. So in the School to Success training system and the School to Success Academy, we teach you the foundation, and that foundation is purpose. Purpose is the foundation for all successes in life. Once you are clear about purpose, then decisions become easier. I had absolutely no problem writing papers in my graduate training because I was clear about what it is that I was going to do. And I went to that level because I had to be clear about my own life purpose. And it became crystal clear to me during my doctoral studies, because that's the reason I was there, to be perfectly clear about what it is that I'm supposed to do. And right now, my mission is to help every student to become crystal clear about their purpose as it relates to their work, because with that clarity, now you have a basis for choosing your college or trade school major and career. And you might find out that you don't need a college degree, but you need a trade school degree. Or you might find out that you need a trade, you might need a trade school degree and not need the college degree. Either way, you are clear about what it is that you need to do. So the School to Success Academy is an academy for career guidance and entrepreneurship, because entrepreneurship is an area that gives one an opportunity, if you will, to do what it is that you love and make a positive contribution. Not that you can't do that as an employee, but you can. If you do it as an employee, it simply means that now you help the company position itself for growth in that particular area. So you can decide. You can be an entrepreneur working for a company, or you can be an entrepreneur working for yourself, if you will. So at this time, if we have any questions that you want to ask relevant to what we're talking about, the website is schooltosuccess.org or drmosesmccutcheonjr.com, and my email address is here, and I'm prepared to meet one-on-one with any of you that desire to know more about what we are doing and how we do it, why we do it, or any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions for Dr. Moses? Or any comments? That was wonderful. That was really interesting information, and what a wonderful new perspective of what it means to become an adult.
Yes.
No. Thank you
Yes.
so much. Yeah. All right. Well, if you don't have any questions right now, never fear, because we're going to come back as a panel in a few minutes. Dr. Moses, you want to go ahead and stop sharing? your screen.
Okay. All right, stop sharing. Okay,
There you go.
Okay.
And we are going to be back. Let me actually stop this recording. All right. We're going to take another quick break. And then we're going to come back and we are going to be a panel to answer additional questions you might have. But I wanted to let you know that it's still not too late to become a VIP and get Dr. Moses's book as a VIP member, as well as the other giveaways you see here. And you'll also get a recording of each of these presentations. So even if you missed it, you'll have an opportunity to watch it again. So coming up then is a panel of the experts. You can ask them anything you want, and we would love for you to engage with us and fill us in on some of the details of what you're going through, what your kids are going through right now, and let's see if we can help you with some of those situations. So give us a few minutes and we will all be right back.
Yes.
Yes, sirree. Let me bring up another positive prime if I can find it in my library of so many things. Thank you, Dr. Moses.
Thank you. Thank you.
All righty. Oops, here we go. Hopefully, can you guys hear it? There we go. Oh, this isn't the one I wanted to play. I'm sorry. I thought I had changed it. Let me bring up a different one because I wanted you guys to hear something different. I'm sorry. Here, I thought I had something up and ready. Give me a second here. I'm going to play something from Angela Mercer. I think I lost it though. There we go. All right. I'm ready to share here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. We have had a wonderful day. And yet it is still not over yet because we have a panel of experts we are going to get to hear from now. Let me start the recording here. All right. Those of you who have been with us all day, we're going to recognize these faces. And you remember Dale Troy, who is a Crush College stress coach. I probably got that all wrong, Dale. I'm sorry, but she's dedicated to making the college experience less stressful. College success coach and health coach. That's what she is. Sorry about that. We have Denise Thomas, who is your debt-free college coach. Woo, woo, woo. And then I am Jackie Bailey. I am the conversation coach for kids. And then we had Dr. Moses McCutcheon, who has a school to success formula that he just recently shared with us. And I would invite all of our panelists to be spotlighted. I'm going to spotlight each one of you. Let me stop sharing my screen. And I'm going to spotlight each of you. And we're going to bring you up so that we can talk to peeps. We can add for them any other information that they're wondering about. So is there anyone still here with us in the Zoom meeting room who has questions for any of our coaches today? Or maybe the coaches have questions of the coaches.
Well, I know that we all received some questions earlier, pre-summit, pre-event, and we could take them one at a time, one for each of us going around. And as more questions come into the chat, we can answer anything additional as well, because some of this might spark some additional questions.
That's a great idea. And for those of you who are watching live on YouTube, you can ask a question too. I'm trying to monitor the chat there as well as the chat here. So let me know if you've got a question. One of the questions that came in early on to Dale was, what can I do when my child isn't motivated to study?
Okay, we did talk about motivation a little bit. So, and I did answer that a little bit, but I'll go even further. So one for sure is to set some goals with the child, have a conversation about, well, why are you studying? What is the point of it? What do you want for your future? What do you see for yourself? And then another part of it, which we didn't talk about earlier, is that sometimes studying feels overwhelming because it feels too big. And a really great thing to do is to break up the assignment or the tasks into smaller sections. And don't expect your child to sit there for 2 hours and do an assignment, but break it up. And maybe they do it for half an hour and then they take a little break like we've been doing, then another half an hour. So make it feel doable and not so overwhelming for them. And that can really help. There's something called the Pomodoro method, which uses that concept. If you look that up, you can even get an app on your phone with the Pomodoro method, and it times you for a certain amount of time and then gives you a break. So that's a simple thing to do as well, but just make it feel not so big and that they can actually accomplish it. Because it's sometimes when an assignment feels too big, it just feels like it's too big of a hurdle to get over.
That's a really good answer. And I remember when I was young and studying, and even today when I have a project that I'm working on, even though I know snacking is not always the most healthy way to eat, I find that if I have a healthy snack that I can nibble on while I'm doing some of those projects or studying, it helps me to stay awake and engaged and gives my body kind of more energy. Do you agree with that, or am I doing something wrong?
No, I think that's fine. And then I would say the water. Drinking water throughout it. I mean, your body does need some fuel to stay awake and focused and all that kind of thing. So what you said is perfectly fine for sure.
Okay, good. I actually heard a nutritionist say one time that if you're feeling hungry, many times it's just because you're thirsty.
That is
And
true.
that if you drink water first, maybe wait another 20 minutes, you might not feel hungry anymore. So,
Absolutely right. Yes. Thank
okay,
you.
good. It looks like there's a question from, I'm hoping I pronounce your name correctly, Anjali. It says, hi, Jackie. I had shared my info for my son where he struggled with challenges and how he went from a 3.8 GPA to a 4.0 and how he has persevered. Well, this may be normal for some kids. However, it is a huge change for him to go from scattered to focused. And I see that it is daily challenge he works through. How would that be positioned for a personal essay? Ooh, that's a great question. You know what? Any challenge that your son is experiencing is important for someone to be inspired by. So if you share what you just shared right here, here's my challenges. This has caused me this. I have been unable to do this or to achieve this or to be this, or I struggle to have this or that or whatever. And the ways that I have overcome those struggles is by this, this, and this. That is the makings of an excellent presentation, whether it's a personal essay, whether it's a speech, whatever it might be. Those are the types of things, the types of stories, I should say, that really interest other people. And if I were sitting on that college essay board and I'm reading these essays and something like that came through from a child who has these struggles that are not even preventable struggles. I mean, having Asperger's or having ADHD and things like that, those are tough. Those are tough to deal with. And someone who's got their essay in my hand because they're interested in coming to college despite those challenges, boy, I would give that person big points for even getting to that point. So I think that is the exact kind of thing you want to have in a personal essay. Let them know the types of struggles you've had and the way that you've overcome them, because they're going to be able to see that no matter what kinds of struggles you have while he's in school there, he's going to have the mindset to overcome them because he's already overcome some of the greatest things he's had to deal with. So that is the exact thing to put in a personal essay. Absolutely. Hope I answered your question there. Denise, I think we had a question early on for you. Something about how many schools kids can apply to. Is there a limit or something about how many applications they can submit?
Well, there is no limit, but I do recommend that my clients be a little more discerning. Back, many, many years ago, people really didn't apply to more colleges than what was, pretty much local. Very few people went more than 200 miles away from their home. Today, they're going cross country, which is awesome. But what you have to remember is that when you apply to a bunch of schools, number one, there are application fees for the vast majority of people. There may be a school here and there that will offer waivers on occasion for different things. Sometimes you attend an event personally, they'll waive it, okay? But for the vast majority, there are fees associated with applying to colleges. So you do want to be somewhat discerning as to how many colleges and which exact colleges to apply to. Last year, the 2020 application year, it was very unique due to many more colleges offering test optional admissions criteria based on the difficulty of students getting to be able to take the ACT and SAT exams. Being test optional encouraged students to apply to a lot of schools. A lot of schools they would not have ordinarily had the stats to be accepted. But for the student, applying to more colleges is going to cost more money in application fees and more time for applications and application essays. It's also more rejection letters, more disappointments. And with the acceptances, more financial aid offers to scrutinize. Now, since my goal for my clients is to have the least amount of college debt, or preferably none, applying to colleges that are likely to award money is the strategy that I advise. Also, submitting test scores to to a test optional school can be an advantage if the student's scores are in the upper 25% of the average incoming freshman for that school. So I hope that wasn't like overkill on answering that question.
No, that was good. And Anjali has another question because she's saying that her son here is in 11th grade. Is the suggestion I'm making about a personal essay going to work for a scholarship essay? Are they the same things, or are they different when you're writing this essay for a scholarship award, or whether you're writing it for a submission to college? And she's asking for any recommendations.
The topics can be the same, depends on what the questions are for the essay questions. But in my experience, a large number of private scholarship essay topics you can usually use some portion of or some revamping of your personal essay in scholarship essays. Because, for example, your personal essay for college entrance may be something like, talk about someone who was a mentor to you, or somebody that you that you honored, or that you et cetera. Well, if your personal essay is covering something like that, maybe it's covering the person who encouraged you to be a good cook, to be a good dancer, to learn baseball. And then maybe there's another essay out there for private essay scholarship that would be, tell me about a sport that you do, tell me something that you enjoyed, So there are ways of reusing essay topics. Also, when you come down to the nitty-gritty, the essay topic is never about that person you're writing about. It's never about the sport that you're writing about. It's about how you overcame XYZ, how I totally screwed this up. I really thought that I was going to win this award and I didn't, but I kept going. I thought about quitting this event. I thought about quitting this activity because I must really suck, but I had a choice to make and I made this better and I decided to work harder. I got a mentor to help me with this, blah, blah, blah. It's not about the activity. It's not about winning or losing that sport. It's about you making changes in your life, coming to a realization about yourself, or maybe even if it has to do with, it may also include how you turned around and helped other people with this. So now you've got a community service aspect of it or something of that nature. So there's a lot of ways that you can reuse an essay from one thing to another.
Nice, great. And there's another question for you, Denise, from Stephanie. Stephanie says, Denise, do you still recommend that my 9th grade student take the PSAT, SAT, ACT when appropriate, even though many students are going test optional? Do you get to choose whether to submit them or not, or does the college board get the test scores no matter what?
Okay, so here's how this really goes. And I'm really, really glad you asked that question, Stephanie, because there's a lot of miscommunication about what this really means. Let me back up just a little bit. Prior to the COVID year, that I call it, about 10% of colleges were test optional. Now, there's a difference between test optional and test blind. The reason that 10%, which most of everyone is at 10%, is in the top echelon of the rankings of colleges, which we talked about earlier, is not really real rankings. But anyway, these expensive colleges decided to go test optional because one of the things in that rankings, one of the things that they're ranked on, is average incoming test score. Now, if they're test optional, which children are not turning in those scores? The ones who have crappy scores. Bottom line, that's what it's all about. They know that. They did it on purpose. Colleges went test optional before COVID for the purpose of lifting their average incoming test score. That's it. It's not about you. It's not about, oh, there are kids that don't test well, blah, blah. I'm sorry, that is bullcrap. That is to make you feel good, and they are lying. It is all about them.
Wow.
There are a few colleges that are test blind. test blind colleges do not accept your scores at all. There are very few, but there are a few of those. Now back to the test optional option. Right now, a lot more are test optional. They did this because they didn't want kids who could not take the exam based on their location. Their schools kept cutting off these exams. There were all kinds of exam problems trying to do it online. No one was ready for this inevitability this past year. So now, like, almost 50% are test optional. Many of them have said, we're only going to be test optional until year 2023, and then we're going back to the test because we like seeing those exams. Other schools have not made an announcement yet. But bottom line is, the whole purpose of being test optional, I predict that once we come out of this issue, more of them will stay and remain test optional once they see their rankings go up because of it. However, your teen should still take these exams. No college sees it unless you officially sign on the dotted line on the College Board website or on the ACT.org website to send it. Never register for either of these exams with an automatic send it to these 5 schools for free, ever. I don't care if you have to mow lawns, dig ditches, or whatever, you never do that. It's nice that it's for free, but I would never send a blind test score in because you don't know. Your kid might have a bad day. They might have the sniffles, whatever. Not worth it. For the for the PSAT exam, PSAT is the preliminary exam. It is what the National Merit Scholarship is based on. Most high school counselors, they don't care anything about that exam unless your child is already a top student. They believe, again, it's one of the myths, that only top kids, only valedictorians win National Merit Scholar. That is so not true. There are 8,000 first place winners in that test every single year. 8,000 become National Merit Scholars. That means a scholarship that is a minimum of $2,500, but it can go all the way to $100,000. Because the amount of money that you win is based on what school your child chooses to attend. Some of them give more money to National Merit Scholars. Some don't give a crap because they already have 150,000 National Merit Scholars already applying. So they're not going to give you kudos or extra cash for the purpose. But there are some that give a lot of money. So again, school choice is a big deal. Now back to PSAT exam. You want to take it, if possible, 9th grade and 10th grade for practice. I'm not talking about just getting a practice booklet. I'm talking about actually taking it at your school or somebody else's school with the juniors, if at all possible. Having that experience to be there for practice is invaluable. But a lot of high schools don't allow 9th and 10th graders to do that. There are some states that actually pay for 10th graders to take the exam because they understand the impact. And here's the impact. When a student takes it in 9th and 10th grade for practice, in 11th grade, they have an average of 15 points higher than those who did not have that opportunity. So if you've got a younger kid, make that plan. It might cost you $20, $30 tops, because if the school doesn't want to pay for it for your younger kid to take it, you may have to pay a little bit. It is worth it for that opportunity to become a National Merit Scholar. Okay, I think I answered that question.
Yeah, nice. And since so many of these kids are going to be taking these tests, whether in 7th grade or in 11th grade, I don't know, maybe this is a question for Dale too. How do you help them to be their best on test day? You know, how do you prepare them for that?
Okay, that can encompass a lot of different things. But if we could take in some of the things we talked about today, which obviously they need to get a good night's sleep. They need to be eating well and drinking enough water so their body is feeling good. They should have some stress reduction techniques, which we didn't really talk about. Things like deep breathing, maybe learning how to meditate, especially deep breathing is really a perfect one for a test, because you can do that in maybe 30 seconds. If you're starting to feel anxious in the test, you can take a slow, deep breath from your abdomen in, hold it for a couple seconds, and then blow out for longer than you inhaled. And if you do that, maybe 4 or 5 breaths, you're immediately going to feel calmer. Mm-hmm. I've had students who had panic attacks do that, and that will end a panic attack. So especially for young kids, when they that feeling, that anxiety can just come up for no reason apparently, but just because they are really nervous. So knowing how to do that, practice that would be a good idea. Obviously, you need to have some kind of a plan, going back to the plan for studying for these tests, so that they're not just going at it cold. They know the format, what to expect, how it's timed, because the timing really affects how well kids do. They have to be able to move quickly. So it's really all about practice. Practice your self-care, practice the test, practice reducing your anxiety, and then probably throw in some positivity, your positive affirmations. I'm going to do well on this test. I'm not nervous. I'm excited it's a challenge for me. I'm excited to go in and see how I'm going to do. So you can bring it all together, and that's what I would recommend.
Nice. Those are great recommendations.
Okay.
And Dr. Moses, I've got a question for you that was sent in prior to our event today. People are wondering if you offer training for parents or other adults who perhaps have been through the pandemic, maybe lost jobs and are thinking that maybe they want to do something different, and maybe that transition is leading them to go back to school or something. So do you have programs to help adults as well? And you are muted.
Yes, the program is for youth and adults. We have programs for youth and adults, and one of the reasons is that if a person has had a successful career, 20 years or more, and that career now has ended, now they are retired. So what next? And they may be young, like for example, a military person. I was in that position, where I had spent a successful career in the military, and now I'm out of the military. Where do I go from here? What do I do? So for that reason, we have assessments for youth and adults, and there are free assessments on the website, schoolsuccesstrainingsystem.com, which I'll put in the chat. And the program is customized especially for adults, which means once the assessment is done, the training that they get is designed to respond to the exact issue that they're dealing with.
Nice. Awesome. That's great. That helps a lot.
Jackie,
Yes.
we had another question for you earlier on. When it comes to, telling that story, that the story that you helped us to figure out, why is story, that format, et cetera, important to tell in your personal essay? And don't colleges really just want to know about, your skills? Just saying.
I think that's one of those myths maybe that you had talked a little bit about, Denise, is that it's really all about skills and what your grades look like that colleges are looking for. And I don't think that's necessarily true. I do feel that colleges want good people in their programs. They want people that are going to be engaging, that are going to be helpful, that are going to be part of clubs, that are going to be doing things on campus, and that are going to be perhaps those who start rallies and they want to be leaders on campus. And so they're looking for things like that that don't always have to do with skills and numbers and grades and things like that. Stories are what connect us to each other. Do you remember as a child when grandma and grandpa would start talking about life on the farm or what it was like, when they went to their first prom or when they met each other, across the room and when the big band played, whatever it was. If you can recall as a child hearing those stories from your ancestors, that's a good clue as to why stories are so important, because it does connect us to our heritage. It connects us to those around us. And in this case, it's going to connect our story is going to connect to someone sitting there reading our essay. And when you can connect with another human being through a story, that's a real connection. It's not just based on skills, test scores, or whatever. It's an actual true connection with someone else. And stories are the only way to really do that, especially when stories contain lessons learned, because we all have had challenges. We all have overcome things that have been difficult for us. And even though those circumstances are different, the emotions that we feel in those times are all the same. And so we connect on an emotional level when we hear somebody else's story, even though their story may be far different from ours. And when you can connect on an emotional level with someone, that's what they remember. People don't remember what you necessarily said. They remember what they felt while they were with you. And someone reading that personal essay that causes an emotional reaction in them is going to remember you. And if they remember you, they're going to want you at their school. And you're going to be someone that they will accept at their school. And that's why stories are so important. And it's not just that personal essay, but anytime you're speaking, anytime you're engaging with people, even if you're just having a simple conversation with someone, you want to discover the story about that person. Let them connect with you through a story. And that's why it's important. Thanks for that question. That was awesome.
That's awesome, Jackie. Go ahead, Dale.
I noticed that Anjali asked me a question and then he asked all of us a question. So I'd like to try to answer his question.
All right.
Says, we'll try Pomodoro. How do you suggest kids to keep motivated and being engaged in things they should be doing? So I'm assuming that means that obviously it's not something they want to be doing. So I guess I really love the Pomodoro technique. That works so well for so many students. In addition, I go back to the goal setting, try to have that conversation. What's the point of doing this, even though they don't really want to do it? If they have something in mind that is a positive, something they really want, that they want to achieve, that can help. Also, make sure they know it's okay to ask for help, that they're not stuck by themselves. Maybe they're struggling with something. That's why they don't want to do it. They don't even want to try, but let them know it's okay to ask for help, that you're there to support them, or maybe there's somebody else that can support them. And then also another thing you can do is get into the habit of celebrating wins. So say they spend an hour working on math and they hate math and it's hard to get them motivated to do it. Make us a little celebration for that. That could be just dancing around the room, or it could be they get to have a special snack, or they get to pick the movie you're going to watch that night. Make it something that they feel good about. Make them feel good about having done something that they really didn't want to do, but they made themselves do it. And the more you can do those kinds of things, you really have to kind of just let it build on itself. Let it become more of a habit, and they won't resist it as much. That's my answer. Okay.
Great. Awesome. That's a good answer. And then there's a question for all of us. Any recommendations on how to speed up giving exposure to high school kids, especially since COVID impacted a lot in the last 1.5 years? I'm a little confused by giving exposure. You mean exposure to opportunities to give? Do you know what that means, Denise?
Exposure at all. In my talk, we talked a little bit about giving your kids opportunities and having them, do things, or exposure to, in Dr. Moses, he's talking about exposure to different potential job opportunities. What does it look like, et cetera. We tend to forget what it is that we have at our fingertips. This computer that is literally in our hands. Do you realize that the federal government 40 years ago did not have this much available to them? I'm serious. I mean, it just wasn't there. I remember in the early COVID years, people were panicking. The parents were going, wait, there's no activities. What do we do now? Because that's what, our kids need activities on their resume. They're juniors, they're going to be seniors. How are they going to put stuff on their application? Everything was shut down. We still have the internet. So think about this. Again, we talked about, and Dr. Moses talked about this, Jackie talked about this. What does your kid like to do? What do they enjoy doing? It can be anything. Do they like playing chess with their siblings? Do they like playing chess with mom or dad? Guess what else they can do? They can be the president of the chess club online.
Yeah.
Yes. The only thing these kids think about every single club that's available at your local high school, all of them, every single one. The one activity they cannot do online is contact sports. Everything else is game. You just have to think outside the box. When the world shut down, my daughter is a on-point ballerina. She's been in ballet, since like forever. She was like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? And her instructor put him on Zoom. Hold on to your counter. That's your bar. And you can do these things at home. If you get really strategic and think about what your kid loves, and if they develop their own club to do something, they're the president of this club. They're the president and founder of the club. That goes on their list. Okay. Now, they may not have awards because maybe there's no competition going on. But again, look further than your school. There are county fairs still going on. Might be a little different than you're used to, but it's still there. Most county fairs offer competitions in food, competitions in essay writing, competitions in crafts of all kinds. If it's not online, make a phone call. You will find out what's available and ask specifically, what do you have that's available for high school kids to compete in, or middle school kids to compete in, or adults to compete in? They all have something. And then ask this question: which category gets the least amount of participation? Because you want to give your kid an edge. You're looking for opportunities to put things in the honors and awards section of their resume and their college applications. I know a lot of kids believe, oh, well, it has to be academic. No, it doesn't. Anything counts. Because remember, one of the things the colleges are looking for is how your kid fits into the campus community. This is how you show it in the things that they love to do.
And Anjali, that's a great answer, Denise, and I appreciate that. I would add to this based on what I've been hearing lately from parents of youth that I teach, in that because they've gone back to school in person now, the teachers are saying to the kids, I need to add extra work to you because we've got to make up for not being in school for a year and a half. And that alone has put the parents in this state of, oh my gosh, I can't put my kid into anything extracurricular right now then, because it's going to overstress them to get all of the work done for school. Now, that might seem logical, but what it's actually doing is it's telling your kid, you can't handle it. You are not capable of managing your time well enough to do what you love. You only have time to do what you have to do. And that's a horrible message to give to our kids, I think. And so I really think it's going to be more empowering for our youth, especially right now, to give them opportunity to do extracurricular things and to let them know that they can. If they really want it, then they have the ability and the skill to manage their time. They can do anything they want. I think that's the message we want to give to our kids. Now, I teach public speaking skills to kids, and I'll tell you what, that empowers everything else they do. When they feel courageous enough to speak up and to speak out, everything else they're doing, whether it's robotics, chess, football, whatever, they're going to excel in those as well because they can communicate well with team and with leaders, with mentors, whoever they're in connection with or contact with. So those are the types of things too that are going to help kids right now, is to give them the skills to get their social skills done safely in a way that's going to help them the rest of their lives. So that's what I think about opportunities. You got to give it to them. Yeah. All right. How do you recommend them building speaking skills? There's a question for me. Take one of my courses. Literally, I've had parents that have come to me and said, my kid, when I ask my kid, how was his day? He'll say, ugh. He'll just grunt, right? How do I get my kid to speak to me? The parents will ask. Well, most students I have found that give those grunt-like answers are because those are route or typical questions you're asking them, and they feel like you don't really want an answer. And maybe they're right. Maybe you're so used to saying, how was school? And then turning away and getting on your phone that they realize if I waste my time answering that question, it's just going to be out in the wind. No one's actually hearing it. So we need to change the way we communicate with our kids at home. And when they build skills of communication, it's going to change the dynamic of your home life. And so what we do in our classes, we start with the foundation of conversation. How do you have a conversation with somebody? How do you address them by name, look them in the eye? What types of questions do you ask them that are going to get real answers? And then how do you put your ears into active play to listen for particular things so that you can respond appropriately to this person and build a relationship with them without waiting for you to be able to share what you're all about or your exciting news. That's not going to build relationships as well as making that other person feel like the important one in the conversation. So public speaking skills, it's not optional. You got to be able to communicate. And so what we offer our kids is the basic foundation in our first 8-week unit of courses is conversation. How do they do that? And they actually develop a podcast, which really ups the game because now they have to decide on a subject that they like to talk about and who's the expert they would love to interview about that subject. And then they create a podcast. We teach them how to write a professional invitation to ask this person to be a guest on their podcast. And then they work on the types of questions they're going to ask. They do research on their expert. They craft an introduction. And then the last day of that first 8-week course, that expert comes to the classroom virtually and they interview them as if they were doing a podcast. Talk about amazing fun. And these kids are so blown away because they get to meet somebody that is iconic for them. And when they get to have a conversation with someone who means a lot to them, their conversation skills go way over the top because they're excited about what their potential is now in talking to other people. So that's how I personally help my students to prepare for the future, is helping them learn how to speak up and speak out about what they love. So let's see, did any other questions come in?
Yes, there's one for Denise.
Okay.
My freshman in college was applying. Do you see? Oh, not that one. Sorry. Is it too late for 12th graders to get qualified for any scholarships? What options do we have as parents to minimize the budget impact? 12th graders.
But at this point, a 12th grader will have already filed or in the midst of filing the FAFSA, because that is important if they're attending college this coming year, the 22-23 school year. So if you haven't already filed the FAFSA, make sure that that's done. There are some hoops to jump through on that to make sure that you're filing it properly. A large percentage, it's ridiculous, large percentage of families fill it out incorrectly, and that costs you money. As for scholarships are available for everyone until that last parchment is in hand, is what I mentioned. So if you have a current college student, they should continue applying for scholarships. If you have a high school senior, the bulk of scholarship availability is for high school seniors right now. So for example, we're all familiar with the typical bell curve for GPA, where the top is the majority of people have a C. Well, for scholarships, it's not a bell curve, it's an upside down V. And the peak number of scholarships available are for high school seniors. That's not going to run out until the middle of the summer coming up. Like seriously, there's a chunk load of scholarships available right now for your kid to continue applying to. So keep applying. You're not done yet. If you got a college student, you're not done yet. If you have a grad school student, you're not done yet. Got a veterinary school student, not done yet. There are scholarships for everyone, and it just keeps going. So there are strategies for figuring out how to find them, finding the right ones, because you want to be able to speak to it and have a better chance of winning.
Stephanie actually said, my freshman in college was applying for scholarships up until a week before he started. He was motivated.
And he needs to keep going because he's not done yet.
Nice. All right. Moses, I think there was another question for you ahead of time. Is it too late to discover your life purpose as it relates to work?
No. Wait a minute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. No, it's not too late. It has more to do with interest and your desire to do so. So you can do this at any point because, in school, this is not taught in school like many of the things, almost everything that we are talking about today is really not taught in the school system. And so we are providing a real service at this point to provide this information because these are real life situations. So it's not too late. People can do this at any time if they desire to. And while I'm thinking about this, I know Dale worked with goals, and one of the things that when we think about our kids, the parents want to ensure that the goals that they write down are actually the kid goals and not their goals, because they could lack motivation if the goal is not really theirs. So if the goal is actually the kid's goal and not the parent goal, that can also help motivation. I'm just adding on to what was discussed earlier about that. And this comes to mind because many older adults, some think that, well, it's too late. No, it's not too late. Kentucky Fried Chicken, Colonel Sanders did his thing at about 65. So it's the desire and it's the desire and the determination to do it. And many times we can't do it until later in life. What we really want to do, we need some training and some education to get to that point. So you might go through an entire career and then you retire and you have other income coming in. And now you're able to really do what you really love doing, because when life issues hit, you might have to be prepared to take whatever you can get at this particular time and view it as a step in the process to get where you really want to go. So the answer, bottom line, no, it's not too late. You can do it at any time. It's up to you.
Nice. I like it. Denise, Sri thanks you for what you've said so far and says, how do we get help from you filling in the application and get this process started?
Yeah, Sheree, we'll have to get on a call and see where your teen is in the process and see how we can see if I have something that actually is a good fit for your family. There are a lot of opportunities for parents and children to get help with all of the different aspects of the high school to college process. And a lot of it depends on where you are as to what you really need. So let's get on a call and discuss that. I'll send you the link. And Jackie, I think we had another question about you, or for you rather. what if what if a child hasn't had any big struggles in life, um, am I going to have anything to say in that personal essay? And I can understand that because, a lot of people feel that they don't have those kinds of struggles. I know when I was writing my book, the person that was encouraging me to do so, it's like I told him, I said, I don't have anything, no struggles. I had a great life, great family, nobody, it wasn't a big deal. And he said, start writing, just start writing. And he gave me a starting point and I started writing. And the next day I came back to him and said, I had forgotten about this. So Jackie, what would you say to someone who thinks that I don't have any struggles? What do we write on that personal essay?
I say, look back at when you were learning to walk. And that, if you have the perspective of watching a baby trying to walk, and they learn how to balance and they learn how to lean on things, and then they learn how to take, they first learn how to stand still, and then they learn how to take a first step. That is a long, sometimes a hurtful process. We have all been through that. And there are times when we don't recognize other experiences we've had that are like that because they're so elementary now. We look back at a baby and go, yeah, I'm way past that. But we've all had experiences. Maybe we don't call them struggles, but if you belong to a family, then you've had some challenges, because there are always relationship challenges that happen where people learn how to get along or where they learn how to negotiate, things like that. We're in situations all the time. So to say that you've never had a struggle, your life's been so good, or you have nothing to talk about, it just simply isn't true. When you begin to think about, like I said, those accomplishments and your failures, and the moments when you succeeded in a crisis, and the moments when the crisis got the best of you, when you start to look at those things, you realize, I have learned some things. I've had some challenges in my life, and I've taken some steps to overcome those. And so the most simple things can be challenges. In fact, I asked, at the time he was 9, my 9-year-old grandson, I asked him, Sam, if the whole world came into your living room right now and said, Sam, tell us something, speak, what would you say? And he said, well, first thing I'd say is get out of my living room. And then he said, the second thing I'd say is go home and be with your family instead of playing video games all the time. He was 9 years old. Isn't that fabulous advice? We need to teach our children that they have a value system, whether they recognize it or not. And when you ask them what they would say, they will have profound information to share with you. And when you can help them to discover that, and they feel worthy, they feel valued, they feel acknowledged and recognized for who they are, they're going to realize that they have an inspirational story to tell, and probably more than one. Okay. So, Sam would follow up by saying, I spent too much time on my video games and not enough time with my brothers and sisters. And it makes me, I get irritated at the end of the day when I do that. He says, but when I limit myself to an hour of video games or whatever, and then spend the rest of the evening with my siblings, he goes, I go to bed happier. Okay, there's a lesson right there. It didn't have to be a challenge. It wasn't a disease. It wasn't anything terminal to worry about. But it was an experience where he discovered something important. And those are the things we can write about, no matter how old or young we are. All right. Anything else? Let's see. Any other questions from the chat I've missed? Nope. Okay. All right. For those, okay, that's Dr. Moses. All right. Well, maybe we have come to the end of our questions and so forth. Anjali, you have some questions for me, and I would be happy to get with you privately about that. Let me put my email in the chat, and anyone can get in touch with me if they have questions about anything. That is my email address. And if any of the other coaches want to put their contact information in the chat as well, I'm happy to talk with anybody about anything today to help you, to support you. I see that this COVID-19 has had a huge impact on our kids. And in many ways, they're afraid to actually tell you parents about how they're feeling because they know you're stressed out too. And they don't want to add to your stress by telling you some of the challenges that they're having. So my advice to everyone here is to keep the conversation open with your kids. Ask them not just how was your day, but ask them, hey, what was the best part of your day? What was the worst part of your day? Ask them questions that are going to encourage them to open up to you about things. And when you can understand what motivates your kids and what demotivates your kids, you're going to have a lot more opportunity to influence them for good and help them to make better decisions. Okay? Because it'll be based on what motivates them. So I see a lot of my students struggling right now, even though they have great families and they have supportive parents. This has been the end of their world to some degree. And they feel alone in being able to talk about it. So please keep the communication open with you and your kids. Okay. Sri agrees with me. Absolutely right. I haven't seen kids this much stressed out, not just mine, but my friends and colleagues too. Yeah. I think it's going to be a long time before we actually know the outcome and the results of this pandemic on our kids. And unfortunately, by that point, it's going to be too late to maybe help some. So the key here, I think, is just keep the lines of communication open and let your kids talk to you. Okay. And don't react to what they say. Listen non-judgmentally. And rather than go, you're feeling what? Don't react that way. Just let them share with you. And that will be the biggest thing you can do, I think. So.
Yeah, and paying attention. And we as adults, we have a lot going on ourselves, and we ourselves were affected by this pandemic as well. But it does take a concerted effort to notice when something has changed with your child. What's different? Are they maybe not making as much eye contact with the parent, or they're not involved in the family gatherings as much as they were? Pay attention to things like that, because there's a lot of things that we're not aware of that are going on in our kids' minds that can have a really detrimental effect.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, if there are no other questions, I'm wondering if we should wrap this up. It's been a great day. Maybe anybody have some last words of advice that they would give before we close down?
Let's just try to end on a little more positive note.
Yes.
So, what are we all grateful for today? This was a great opportunity to talk to a range of different people, and I hope that everybody got a lot out of it. But we got to put in some more positivity. There's so much negativity in this world. So we really have to do it for ourselves, find the gratitude, talk to ourselves in a positive way, create your own affirmations, do what you can to make your little world more positive, because all you can do is control what's around you. And that's what I really believe.
Yes, and you can say, I am a genius because I can do something that you can't do. And I know you can do something that I can't do, which makes you a genius. So we are both geniuses. Thank you.
Yes. Nice.
Absolutely. I think that it's so great to have had all these parents with us today, and those who were watching live on the YouTube channel was great as well. There's so much that we don't know out there that is designed to improve your life and designed to help you with your plans for your future.
Yes.
So, take advantage of what's available.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yep. And I hope all of you have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and that we've provided some good tools, resources, opportunities for you. That was our goal. was to really help you as parents to know how to set your children up for their greatest success. And these experts that have shared the stage with me today are wonderful, powerful people who can truly help you with those situations. And I hope that you will call on each of them for help. Best $47 I spent. Thank you, Anjali. We appreciate that so much. I am going to stop the recording now. And that will be it. So thanks to the panelists. Thanks to our guests and
This was
attendees.
awesome. Thank you so much for
Yes.
hosting.
Thank you.
Yes,